everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Fairy Tale, Template. Nah, Take Over Magic. Chapter 132 to 163, Chapter 132, Here We Go Again. 1,124 words. That's not you. The system finally snapped. It just couldn't take Kyan's narcissism anymore. What do you mean, not me? That is me. Here, try calling his name. Just say Kyan and see if he answers. The system had nothing left to say. It had officially been defeated by this man's shamelessness. Kyan pushed open his window. Whoosh. In the next instant, he warped straight outside Mirajane's house. He'd already grown familiar with teleportation ever since receiving the 4th Hokage's takeover card. But this was something different. This was Gojo Satoru's Curse Technique Lapse, Blue. His sudden movement was one of the derivative applications. By forcibly shrinking the space between himself and his destination, he achieved a form of quasi-teleportation. A technique akin to that ancient phrase, a step of 1,000 miles. Its advantage, no technique markers or seals required. Its disadvantage, it required direct line of sight and a few seconds to charge. It wasn't as flexible as Flying Thunder God. From inside the house, Mirajane seemed to sense something and glanced toward the window. But she saw nothing. Huh? I could have sworn I saw Kyan. Whoosh. Kyan teleported right back home. He ended the takeover form of Gojo Satoru. There were still a ton of techniques he hadn't tested, but it was already late. Bothering others in the middle of the night wasn't exactly polite. Besides, that fight with the Celestial Spirit King had drained a lot of magic power. If he pushed himself further, even he'd get exhausted. In truth, the moment Kyan had unlocked Gojo, all the memories and techniques were already downloaded into his mind. But theory was one thing, application in real battle was another. If he wanted to test them properly, he'd need a real fight. The next morning, Kyan entered the guild and immediately saw Kana happily chugging a full barrel of beer. Mirajane, bring her 10 more barrels. Put it on my tab. Got it. Mirajane smiled knowingly. She could already tell from Kyan's mood, he must have drawn another busted character last night. Kana, on the other hand, nearly choked. What are you planning? You want my body, don't you? Fine, take it. Take it all. Just don't hurt me. She looked utterly panicked. Truth be told, she'd racked up quite a tab from Kyan recently. The fortune readings she gave him, well, they sort of worked sometimes. She didn't even believe half of them herself. If Kyan ever figured out she was just bluffing most of the time, would he kill her? She couldn't afford to pay off all this booze, so maybe, the only way left was her body. Not a bad deal, really. If she could land a long-term meal ticket out of it, she wouldn't complain. Thunk. Yoch. Kyan flicked her forehead hard. You drunk already this early in the morning? He was a man with a girlfriend now. He wasn't about to make a mistake on that level. Kyan. Master Makarov called him over. Kyan walked over. What's up, Master? You did well with the Loke situation. Thank you. Of course, Makarov had already heard what happened. Loke's identity as a celestial spirit didn't matter. As far as the Master was concerned, anyone who joined Fairy Tail was family. Kyan even fought the Celestial Spirit King to help a fellow member. That proved it, his judgment had been right. It's nothing. Loke's a guildmate. Of course I helped. Right then, Loke walked over. Kyan, thank you for last night. If it weren't for you, I'd be dead. He was deeply grateful. At his darkest hour, it was Kyan who appeared, like a divine force of salvation. Kyan waved him off. We're guildmates. No need for thanks. How's your body holding up? Almost fully recovered. I heard from Gray that I kind of ruined the mood between you and Mira Jane last night. So, here. Take this. He handed Kyan a voucher. What's this? It's a resort voucher I originally planned to use with a girlfriend. But I can't stay in the human world long-term anymore. Take it as a thank you gift. You and Mira Jane can enjoy a little getaway. Then, leaning in with a wink, he whispered, it's a couple suite. Kyan flashed him a discreet thumbs up. Brother, saving you was totally worth it. He looked toward Mira Jane, who had clearly overheard. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. It had been ages since she visited the beach, and going with Kyan. That made it even better. She turned toward Makarov, who waved dismissively. Go on, go on. Ah, daughters really do leave the nest fast. He sighed. He wanted to go to the beach too. All those bikini-clad beauties. Retirement was starting to sound good again. Mira Jane blushed. Suddenly, you two done flirting, came a familiar voice. It was Urza. Kyan looked up and saw Urza, Natsu, Lucy, and Gray all geared up and ready to go. He groaned. Loke, just how many girlfriends did you have? Akane Beach. With its soft white sands and crystal-clear waters, Akane Beach was one of the most famous vacation spots in the kingdom of Fiori. The sea. The sun was shining, the breeze gentle, and the shore crowded with people. Guys in shorts, girls in swimsuits. And when Mira Jane, Urza, and Lucy walked out together, every pair of eyes turned toward them. Lucy was already a rare kind of beauty, but Mira Jane and Urza, they were in a whole different league. 3 bombshells in swimsuits. Yeah, no one was looking anywhere else. Mira Jane spun around in front of Kyan. So. What do you think? Kyan was practically drooling. Stunning. As expected of a former Sorcerer magazine cover model, her figure was flawless. Hearing Kyan's praise, Mira Jane beamed. Every girl cared about how they looked, especially in front of someone they liked. Soon the whole group was playing on the beach. Watermelon splitting. Jet ski rides. Beach volleyball. Laughter and joy echoed under the sun. Kyan hadn't felt this purely happy in a long time. Time flew. By the time they noticed, the sun had begun to set along the horizon. What a perfect day, Mira Jane said softly. Ever since her sister Lysana's accident 2 years ago, she hadn't let herself relax like this. But Kyan's arrival had changed everything. He helped her walk out of the shadow of that grief. Kyan's eyes softened. Yeah. I haven't felt this happy in a long time. Their eyes met. Hearts pounded. Breaths quickened. Mira Jane slowly closed her eyes. Kyan wrapped his arm around her slender waist. His hands began to wander. Their lips inched closer and closer. Until... bang. The door burst open. Natsu and Happy shouted excitedly. Kyan. We heard there's a secret underground casino nearby. Wanna go check it out? Chapter 133, Chapter 133, Big Sister. 1178 words. Again, it's happening again. The timing had been perfect. The mood, the moment, and then it got interrupted again. A vein bulged on Kyan's forehead. The look on his face made it painfully clear just how pissed off he was. Natsu and Happy, seeing the compromising position he and Mira Jane were in, instantly realized they had made a huge mistake. Not good. Run. The two bolted without another word. Pfft. Mira Jane couldn't help but laugh at Kyan's furious expression. Shall we go check it out too? She asked, still smiling. Kyan gave a long sigh, then nodded. Might as well. He didn't hate gambling. As the saying goes, a little gamble refreshes the mind, but too much wrecks the soul. After changing clothes, the two headed down to the underground casino. The casino was massive, glitzy, extravagant, and alive with sound and color. Lights flashed from every corner, dealers called out bets, chips clattered across tables, and the crowd buzzed with excitement. Almost everyone who had been at the beach earlier now gathered here. After all, this place catered to the rich and powerful. For people like them, gambling wasn't addiction, it was entertainment. "What should we play?" Mira-Jane asked, eyes wide with curiosity. She looked like an innocent puppy seeing a toy store for the first time. "Since we're here, let's try everything," Kyan said confidently. He had no experience either, his only knowledge of casinos came from movies and anime. "Okay." At the roulette table. Huff, huff. Huff. Natsu was lying on the edge of the table, desperately blowing at the small roulette ball that had already stopped spinning. "Sir, please don't do that," the dealer begged, exasperated. "I saw it land on 17 with my own eyes. And then it bounced out. That's cheating." "There's no way," muttered the dealer, losing his patience. People nearby started watching the scene unfold. "Ha! That guy's beyond saving," Gray laughed from the side. "Gray-sama." A soft voice called from behind him. Gray turned around, only to find a blue-haired girl standing there. It was Juvia, former Element 4 Phantom Lord. Gray flinched. What are you doing here?" The Phantom Lord incident hadn't happened that long ago. Their guild still hadn't fully rebuilt yet. Juvia had been his opponent during the guild war. Technically, he'd won, but he knew better. It was only thanks to elemental advantage. In terms of raw magic and mana, she outclassed him. They ended up standing near the casino bar. Now that the guild conflict was over, they didn't really have a personal grudge. "I heard Phantom Lord disbanded?" Gray asked. Juvia nodded. "Yes. Juvia is now a free mage." "Oh, so you want to join Fairy Tail?" "Yes. Juvia really wants to join." Gray considered for a second. "In that case, I can introduce you. The old man should be fine with it." She may have been a Phantom Lord member, but the war had been guild politics. With Phantom Lord gone, there was no longer any reason to hold a grudge. "Really? Thank you so much, Gray-sama." Suddenly, a large hand slammed down from behind, knocking Juvia to the floor. "Juvia!" Gray shot to his feet, glaring at the man. "What the hell do you think you're doing? You're Gray Fullbuster, right? Where's Urza?" Meanwhile, Natsu was still arguing with the dealer. "I saw it land." "No way you're cheating me." "Boy." A deep, composed voice called from behind. Natsu and Happy turned. Standing behind them was a man made entirely of blocks. His square body looked like he was built out of toy bricks. "In a gentleman's playground," the man said coolly, "a man ought to carry himself with class. Understand? Square guy." Natsu and Happy were speechless. The guy was literally square-shaped from head to toe. "Boy, let me tell you something. A man only has two choices: live like a suave gentleman." He lunged at Natsu. In a flash, he grabbed Natsu by the scarf and slammed him onto the table. With a swift motion, he shoved a gun into Natsu's mouth. "Or die where he stands." "Got it? It's a gun." Kaya. Everyone in the casino started screaming and running. Guns could kill, even in a world of magic. "What the hell do you think you're doing? Where is Urza?" High-stakes table. Urza was dominating. Another royal flush sent the crowd into an uproar. "That's amazing, Urza." Lucy hugged her excitedly, practically glowing like a fangirl. "Hee hee. I guess I'm just lucky today." "Dealer switch," a new voice said. A blonde-haired young man in a dealer uniform stepped in, pushing the nervous dealer aside. Urza remained composed. Right now, I don't care who the opponent is. I won't lose. Yeah. Lucy cheered. Shuffle, shuffle. The blonde shuffled with practiced ease. Then let's play something special, he said. This time, we won't be betting with chips. He dealt 5 cards face down in front of Urza. Each one had a single letter. D-E-A-T-H spelling, death. How about betting your life, big sister? Urza's gaze sharpened. As she looked up and recognized the man's face, her pupils shrank. Show. Long time no see, sis. W what? Lucy stammered, completely confused. Sister. Why was he calling Urza that? Suddenly, the lights in the entire casino went out. When they came back on, everyone was gone. W what? I'm over here, sister. Show tossed a spread of cards into the air. Inside each card was a person, all crying out for help. They're inside the cards. Amazing, right? I can use magic now, too. You can use magic? Urza asked. Meow. Wah. A cat-like girl threw a rope that bound Lucy tight. What is this? Hi, Urza. Long time no see, Naya. Miliana. What are you doing? Lucy is my friend. Let her go. Miliana's smile vanished. We were your friends too, once. Before you betrayed us. Urza trembled. Don't be so hard on her, Show. A real man knows how to control his emotions. Right, Urza? A rain of cube-shaped blocks appeared in midair, assembling themselves into a square-shaped man. That voice. Wooly? Seeing Urza hesitate, Wooly gave her a weak smile. I guess it makes sense you don't recognize me. Compared to when I was called Mad Dog Wooly, I've smoothed out. You can use magic too. It's not so surprising, is it? Once you figure out the trick, anyone can learn magic, right, Urza? The floor lit up with a magic circle. From it emerged a huge, muscular man. Simon. Why are you all here? Let Lucy go. We came to bring you home. Meow. Come back, sister. If you don't cooperate. Wooly aimed his gun at Lucy and clicked the safety off. Eek. Stop. Urza shouted. But it was too late. Wooly's hand disappeared, and then reappeared behind Urza. Here's a sleeping pill. Bang. The tranquilizer round hit Urza square in the side. Urza. We've got our target. Let's go. Suddenly, a calm voice echoed across the casino. Full body take over, Gojo Satoru. Chapter 134, Limitless. 948 words. That voice. Lucy's face lit up with excitement the moment she heard it. Then, not far from her, a floating card began to tremble and shatter. Bang. Kyan and Mirajane appeared before everyone in a flash of light. Mirajane. Kyan. Lucy instantly recognized Mira, but when she looked at the silver-haired man standing beside her, she froze. White hair, that handsomely sculpted face, and most of all, those icy blue eyes laced with pale fog. Just one glance and it felt like she could drown in them. So handsome. She wasn't even sure if this was Kyan anymore. She had seen him transform into different personas before, but this one was easily the most stunning yet. Her heart skipped a beat. Mirajane, too, stared at Kyan in awe. This was the first time she'd seen this form. But no matter how he changed, her heart told her clearly, it was him. TCH, and I'd just drawn a winning hand. Kyan looked genuinely annoyed. He'd been losing since the moment they entered the casino. It made him wonder if Lady Luck had dumped him, Or maybe he'd used up all his luck pulling SSR cards from the gacha. And just when things started turning around, this mess happened. Kyan. They're trying to take Urza away. Lucy shouted, snapping back to urgency. Yeah. I heard it all just now. From their appearance and the conversation earlier, Kyan had already figured it out. These were the people from Urza's past, the ones she'd once known as friends during her time as a slave. Oi, you lot. Kyan's voice was lazy, nonchalant. If you don't want to lose teeth, hand Urza over now. That way, I might not beat you half to death. Bang. Wooly pulled the trigger without hesitation. Kyan, watch out. Lucy cried. Sure, mages could fire spells that far exceeded bullets in power. But they were still flesh and blood. One bullet to the head could still kill. But Kyan didn't flinch. He didn't move. He didn't even blink. The bullet froze midair, hovering inches in front of him. What the? Everyone's eyes went wide. Why was the bullet just suspended there? I don't believe it. Bang. 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 Wooly fired 3 more times in a row. Same result. Every bullet halted in front of Kyan like they hit an invisible wall. Kyan yawned lazily. Clink. 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 The bullets dropped to the floor one by one. They were all in shock. Miliana acted fast. Cat rope bind. Her enchanted rope shot forward. Once wrapped around someone, it prevented them from using magic. But just like the bullets, it stopped midair, frozen a few inches before reaching Kyan. No matter how Miliana pushed, it wouldn't move an inch closer. Why? Kyan gave them a cool smile. It's simple. This is my limitless. The closer something gets to me, the slower it becomes. Like this. Until it's basically frozen. None of your attacks can reach me. The limitless technique was a hereditary technique of the Gojo family, manipulating the very atoms of space to create an infinite divide. Only someone with the 6 eyes could use it. Ordinary mages, even if they inherited the technique, could never activate it. The core idea was simple: divide any distance into infinite segments. So even if something is just inches away, it might as well be unreachable. Kyan was using Gojo's automatic passive version, constantly active. It automatically analyzed incoming objects based on speed, weight, strength, and threat level to determine if they should be halted or repelled. What? Everyone looked horrified. A technique like that made him practically untouchable. Bullets can't hit you, huh? But what about her? Wooly suddenly turned his gun toward Lucy. Why is it me again? Lucy yelped, nearly in tears. First he pointed the gun at her earlier, now again. But before Wooly could pull the trigger, the gun was gone. Huh? Wooly looked up in shock. Kyan was standing right in front of him, holding the pistol, his pistol. Bang. Kyan shot him straight in the leg. Gah. Wooly. Everyone gasped as he dropped to his knees. Kyan aimed at his other leg and pulled the trigger. Click. Click. Out of bullets, he muttered. He casually tossed the gun aside and punched Wooly in the gut. Boom. Wooly doubled over like a shrimp in boiling water, eyes bulging in pain as he flew backward, crashing through multiple gambling tables. Crash. 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 Wooly. You bastard. Sho roared. Sho, stop. Simon tried to intervene. But Sho ignored him. He flung card after card at Kyan. Each one froze in the air, just like before. I already told you, Kyan said calmly, your attacks can't touch me. Then, in a flash, he teleported behind Sho and kicked him hard in the back. Guh. Sho went flying too, slamming into a row of slot machines. Crash. 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 Next was Miliana. Kyan appeared in front of her, raised a hand, and grabbed her by the neck, lifting her off the ground. Stop, stop. Kyan. A weak voice spoke behind him. Urza. Kyan paused. The voice belonged to Urza. Simon had woken her up. He'd realized from the moment Lucy called out Kyan's name who he really was. And when he saw Kyan move to kill, he knew it was over. If no one stopped this now, in a few more seconds, everyone here would die. Hearing Urza's voice, Kyan gently let go. He dropped Miliana to the floor like she was weightless. Cough. Cough. Miliana gasped for air, terrified. In that moment, she realized just how fragile she was in his hands. Like a newborn chick being pinched by a god. If he'd wanted to, he could have crushed her throat with a twitch of his fingers. Chapter 135, Chapter 135, Truly Despicable. 1020 words. Kyan walked over to Lucy and crushed the ropes binding her, setting her free. Simon gently lowered Urza to the ground, raised both hands, and backed away in silence. Mirajane immediately rushed to Urza's side and supported her with concern. Urza, are you all right? Urza shook her head. It was just a sleep dart. I'm fine. You blockhead. Just then, Natsu burst in from the next room and spotted Wooly crumpled nearby. He rushed over and grabbed the front of Wooly's scarf. You square-faced freak. Give me Happy back. Gray followed Natsu inside, Juvia trailing quietly behind him. The moment Simon saw Gray, his expression tensed. You. Gray glared and moved as if to attack. Natsu, Gray, wait. Urza cut in firmly. That's when Natsu and Gray finally noticed everyone else was already here, Mirajane, Lucy, and one unfamiliar face. Who's the pretty boy? Kyan smiled. It's me. With that, he dispelled his transformation and returned to his original form. Kyan. So it was another new transformation. What happened here? They tried to kidnap Urza, Kyan replied bluntly. So I beat them up. Urza turned to Natsu and Gray, her voice calm but cold. Bring them here. I need to ask them something. Natsu and Gray grabbed Wooly and Sho, both were still injured from Kyan's earlier attacks. Urza stared down at Wooly. Return Happy to Natsu. Wooly, though reluctant, knew very well what would happen if he didn't comply. Kyan was standing right there, and that guy meant it. Gritting his teeth, he opened his magic storage and released a ball of light. Happy. Natsu instantly caught his partner and hugged him tightly to his chest. Happy wasn't just a companion. He was family. No, closer than that. Natsu treated Happy like a brother, a piece of his own soul. Gray turned to Urza. What the hell is going on? That big guy earlier, he was asking for you by name. Lucy spoke up quietly. They're Urza's old friends. Friends? Gray frowned. But I've known her since she joined the guild. I've never seen these people before. Urza nodded. They were my companions before I joined Fairy Tail. She looked at the four captives. Why are you here? What do you want from me? TCH. Sho turned his face away, refusing to answer. It was Simon who replied. It's Jalal. He sent us to bring you back to the Tower of Heaven. Urza's whole body trembled. The Tower of Heaven. You mean it's finished? Sho smirked with pride. That's right. It took 8 years but we did it. The tower is complete. The Tower of Heaven. What's that? Lucy asked, confused. Urza clenched her fists. The Tower of Heaven, also known as the R system. It's a forbidden magic structure that sacrifices a living person to resurrect the dead. What? Everyone recoiled in shock except Kyan. He already knew. A living person as a sacrifice. Lucy's voice shook. Sho snorted. Don't give me that humanitarian crap. Magic doesn't need your morality. It erodes it. Urza's voice was low and trembling with anger. That's black magic. That's the exact ideology of those monsters. You're no different. You're wrong. Sho snapped back, eyes wild. They just wanted the R system as a way to bring back the dead, but Jalal, he will guide us to salvation. Salvation? Urza narrowed her eyes. Sho's voice grew more manic by the second. Yes. Jalal will resurrect that one. The world will be reborn, our paradise will begin. And we will rule over it. His grin twisted with madness. To the fools who stripped us of our freedom, to the traitors who once called themselves our comrades, to the ignorant sheep of this rotten world, to the pathetic Magic Council. We'll show them fear. We'll show them agony. We'll rip away all their freedom, because we are the ones who should rule this world. Ah ha 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 ha. Crack. Urza slammed her forehead directly into Sho's. Bang. Sho's eyes rolled up white as he crumpled to the ground, unconscious. What the hell? Everyone flinched. Urza's face was twisted in fury. A perfectly kind child twisted into this. Jalal, is this all you're doing? Lucy spoke again, softly. Urza, what's going on? What is the Tower of Heaven? Who is Jalal? It's my problem, Urza whispered. Her body trembled again. You don't have to get involved. Her voice was quiet. But it was shaking. Gray stepped forward, resolute. If you don't want to tell us, that's fine. But don't say it's not our problem. You're our friend, Urza. If we see one of our own struggling, do you think we'd just sit back and ignore it? Lucy nodded. That's right. Natsu clenched his fist. Did that Jalal guy hurt you? I'll go punch his face in. Mirajane stepped beside Urza and gently took her hand. No matter what happens, we'll be by your side. Kyan gave her a crooked grin. That's not like you, Lady Urza. Come on, just give us the usual shut up and follow me. We'll help you. Urza looked up. One by one, she saw their eyes. Kyan. Mirajane. Lucy. Gray. Natsu. All of them looking at her, with nothing but complete, unconditional trust. Tears slipped from her eyes. None of them had ever seen Urza like this before. But finally, she gathered the courage to speak the truth. Fine. I'll tell you. Her voice was calm, but tinged with pain. This all started over a decade ago. At the time, a cult of dark mages obsessed with necromancy were building a tower called the R System. A structure that could resurrect the dead by sacrificing the living. They needed manpower and they took it. They kidnapped people from all over. Enslaved them. And forced them to build. I was just a child. What? Everyone was stunned. All except Kyan, who already knew. More than 10 years ago, Urza was still a kid. And those monsters had made her a slave. Lucy's voice trembled. That's horrible. Those bastards. Gray clenched his fists. Natsu's flames flickered to life, burning with fury. Kyan looked at the captives, then back at Urza. To twist a soul like Sho's to make Urza relive this. They really are despicable. Chapter 136, Chapter 136, if they deserve to be cut down, then cut them down. 814 words. Sho and the others. I met them back then too, Urza said softly. Back when we had nothing but each other to survive. We clung to laughter just to stay alive. But that kind of life had no end. Any day could have been our last. So one of us suggested escape. Everyone agreed. But before we even had the chance, the cult caught wind of it. They dragged me away to find the ringleader. Jalal, he stepped in to save me. So they took him too. To break free to save Jalal, we picked up weapons and fought. Every slave who had been captured stood together. We fought the cult with everything we had, and we won. I rushed to save Jalal, but he'd changed. He wasn't the same person anymore. He'd learned magic. And instead of escaping with us, he chose to stay behind and rebuild the R system, to resurrect Zeref. I tried to stop him. He beat me. He didn't kill me, though. Maybe some part of him still remembered who he was. But he warned me, tell anyone, and he'd slaughter everyone in the tower, Sho, Wally, Miliana, all of them. At that moment, Sho staggered to his feet. What are you talking about? Are you trying to make up some sob story just to get them on your side? Don't screw with me. You're the one who planted bombs on our escape ship. You ran away and left us all behind. If Jalal hadn't stopped you, we would have died. He told us you'd been corrupted by magic. That you wanted to erase your past, forget about us. Didn't he, Wally? Miliana. Simon. Wally and Miliana exchanged glances, visibly shaken. They didn't know what to believe anymore. Simon, though, didn't even hesitate. Say something. Sho shouted. Gray stepped forward, gaze calm. So all of this came from Jalal, huh? Lucy nodded. The Urza you know, does that really sound like her? Sho broke into a cold sweat. Deep down, he knew it didn't. He knew Urza wasn't that kind of person. But if she wasn't, what did that make his last 8 years? You people don't know anything. Jalal's words, his dream, that's what got me through all this. For 8 years, we built the Tower of Heaven, for him. And now you're telling me it was all a lie. That he was wrong and she was right. Exactly, a voice answered. Simon. Everyone turned toward the speaker, it was Simon. You bastard. Gray growled, stepping forward. Wait, Gray Dono, Juvia called. Earlier, he used a shadow spell. He must have known your ice clone was a fake, but attacked anyway. Simon nodded. The infamous element, huh? I never meant to kill anyone. But I had to make it convincing. When I realized the one standing before me was just a clone, I played along. Why would you? You three, Sho, Wally, Miliana, you've all been deceived by Jalal. It's not hard to see who's in the right. If Urza had really betrayed us, she wouldn't have stopped Kyan earlier. We wouldn't be standing here unharmed. You saw it yourselves, he's strong enough to crush us like insects. If he wanted us dead, he wouldn't have even needed a second. The three fell silent. That fight wasn't a fight. It was a slaughter. Their spells didn't even scratch him. If not for Urza. Damn it all. Sho clutched his head, breathing hard. What's real? Who am I supposed to believe? Believing Jalal made no sense anymore. But believing Urza, what would that make the last 8 years of their lives? Urza knelt before them, voice low. I know it's hard to accept. But I've never once forgotten about you. Not in 8 years. I was too weak to help you then. I'm sorry. Simon looked ahead, determination shining in his eyes. But now things are different. I've waited so long, for real mages to gather and stand up to Jalal. To bring him down. Jalal. Sho muttered. His expression turned twisted with rage. That bastard, he tricked us. For 8 years. Damn it. He used us like pawns. Miliana and Wally clenched their fists. That deception burned hotter than any pain. Right. We can't let Zeref come back. Urza's eyes sharpened. She wouldn't hesitate anymore. Sho had been fooled for years. So had she. That pain, they'd repay it in full. Jalal, huh? Kyan muttered. He remembered the guy, pitifully manipulated, another tragic villain. Eventually, Jalal would come back to the light, become a hero again. Urza and Jalal, honestly, Kyan used to ship them. But that's the thing about shounen stories, they almost never let villains stay villains. Everyone gets a redemption arc. It made fights less satisfying. Still, even if it's not satisfying, I won't show mercy. In battle, they're enemies. And the enemy won't go easy on you. Showing mercy to an enemy is cruelty to your comrades. If someone needs to be cut down, then cut them down. Chapter 137, Chapter 137, Crush them all. 882 words. Magic Council, ERA. Bam. What? The R system still exists. That's impossible. Org slammed his fist on the table, visibly shaken. He'd just been summoned to the meeting, and now they were hit with something this serious. 8 years ago, a black magic cult invested heavily to rebuild the R system. You mean those 7 towers? Weren't they already dismantled by the council? They should have been completely wiped out. There's still the 8th tower, near the shores of Kalrum. Don't tell me it's already finished. 8 years. That was more than enough time to build another tower. Unfortunately, Altair said coldly, the on-site investigation team wouldn't joke about something like this. It's complete. Ugh. Org rubbed his temples. Dealing with Fairy Tail was enough of a migraine already, and now another R system. Then Seagrain spoke up. It's not the R system. That's not what it's called anymore. It's the Tower of Heaven. Shut up, Seagrain. I don't care what they're calling it. That thing will cause untold chaos if it activates. We need to send forces immediately to suppress them. But this time, the ones involved aren't a dark cult. It's a Mun named Jalal. We don't know the enemy's strength. Sure, the council had the Rune Knights, but sending them blindly against an unknown force was risky. They'd already lost too many squads on similar operations before. The R system defies the laws of life and death itself. It fosters dangerous ideologies. Whoever controls it, no matter who they are, is our enemy. We must send troops now. Arguments erupted around the table as council members debated whether to deploy military forces immediately. Pathetic fools. Seagrain's voice cut sharply through the room, drawing everyone's attention. What did you say? Seagrain, you. The other council members were furious. How dare this upstart insult them? Sending troops is exactly the kind of pathetic thinking I'd expect from you lot, Seagrain said. That tower is beyond dangerous, and you still don't get the scale of the threat. There's only one way to erase the Tower of Heaven permanently, launch ether ion. Gasps echoed around the chamber. Everyone froze. What? You're proposing we use ether ion, the spatial destruction weapon? Are you insane? The blast radius is unpredictable. You could wipe out an entire country. Ether ion is our last resort. It's more dangerous than the R system itself. Nearly every counselor immediately rejected the proposal. But Seagrain persisted. It's the only thing that can destroy that massive structure. I vote yes, Altair said, raising her hand. Altair. You too. There are 9 counselors. If 3 more agree, the vote will pass. We have no time to waste. We cannot let the R system activate. Tower of Heaven. Lord Jalal, we've received word that Urza has been successfully captured. They're bringing her back as we speak. But with your immense power, couldn't you have handled her yourself? Why go through the trouble? A long-haired man stood before Jalal, confused. Ha ha ha. That wouldn't be fun, Jalal chuckled, eyes gleaming with mania. What? The long-haired man grimaced. His boss was slipping into lunacy again. The Tower of Heaven is complete. The time has come. As for Urza, she's merely bait. Bait? That's right. Bait for the sacrifice to resurrect Zeref. Aboard the ship to the tower. As the council argued, Kyan and the others were already on a ship heading straight for the Tower of Heaven. Mirajane, knowing she couldn't help in battle, stayed behind at the hotel. Urza. I'm so sorry. We're sorry, Urza. Miliana and Wally apologized sincerely. They had believed Jalal's lies and resented Urza all these years. Urza gently patted Miliana's head. It's okay. What matters is that you're all safe. Ugh, Herc. Natsu stumbled past, seasick as ever. Get away from me. Gray barked, disgusted. If you're that sick, why didn't you just stay at the hotel? But seriously, why is one of the element 4 here too? Lucy stared at Juvia in confusion. This incident had nothing to do with Phantom Lord, so why was she here? And at the resort, no less. Phantom was disbanded, Gray explained. Juvia's a free mage now. She wants to join Fairy Tail. Join Fairy Tail. Urza and the others were surprised, but Kyan wasn't. Juvia would become one of Fairy Tail's core members eventually. Yes. Juvia said, puffing up with determination. Juvia wants to join Fairy Tail. Urza nodded thoughtfully. Phantom Lord may have had issues with us, but you personally never wronged Fairy Tail. Now that they're gone, your joining us is reasonable. I'll speak to the master. Juvia beamed with joy. Getting a recommendation from an S-class mage like Urza was a big deal. Just then, Happy, who had been on lookout at the ship's bow, shouted. Hey! There's a tower. Everyone turned and saw it. A massive tower, larger than the entire island it sat on. Whoa! Even from afar, its grandeur was awe-inspiring. It's really been completed. Urza stared at it. This was the place where she'd endured a living hell. This tower, we built it with our own hands. It took us 8 years, Wally muttered, fists clenched. Simon added, we've already reported to Jalal that Urza's been captured. If everyone enters shows card magic, we can infiltrate and ambush him. No need. Kyan cut him off. Sneaking around isn't my style. We'll just crush them head on. Chapter 138, Chapter 138, Say hello first. 822 words. Crush them all. Simon blinked in confusion. Wait, you do realize there's an entire army stationed on that island, right? He wasn't exaggerating, Jalal had deployed thousands of guards to the Tower of Heaven. Even if you knocked them down one by one, you'd be exhausted before you were halfway through. You're damn right we crush them. Gray immediately backed Kyan's plan without hesitation. Urza, say something. Simon turned to her, hoping she'd talk sense into these maniacs. But to his shock, Urza nodded. Let's do it. 8 years ago, we toppled the cult that ruled over us. Today we finish what we started, by bringing Jalal down. Urza? Simon was stunned. She used to be so cautious, when did she become this bold? That bastard hurt Urza, and now he wants to sacrifice her. No way we let him get away with it. Lucy stepped forward, equally fired up. She was angry, for what Jalal had done to Urza, and for what he planned to do. But she was also confident. After all, they had Kyan on their side, the monster who defeated one of the 10 wizard saints. And not just him, they had Urza, Natsu, Gray, and even herself. Add in Juvia, Sho, Simon, and the others, and they were practically unstoppable. Soon, the boat arrived at the island where the Tower of Heaven stood. Whoa, it's huge. Now that they were closer, the tower looked even more enormous than expected. Well, it did take 8 years to build. Sho grit his teeth. Once, he'd been proud of this achievement. Now it just felt like a symbol of everything they'd suffered. There are so many guards. Lucy's confidence wavered slightly as she saw the masses waiting on the shore. I told you, Simon muttered with a sigh. But by then, Natsu and Gray had already leapt off the ship. Who are you people? The guards spotted them and immediately began shouting. Natsu's fist ignited with flames, his expression fierce. You're asking who we are. You don't recognize top-tier enemies when you see 'em. We're Fairy Tale, you bastards. And with that, he charged. What? Guards went flying in all directions. We're under attack. More reinforcements swarmed in. Ice Make, Lancer. Gray's hands lit up as he unleashed a wave of ice spears. Gaia. More soldiers dropped like flies. Juvia clapped excitedly, hearts in her eyes. Gray-sama is so cool. I have to do my part too. Water slash. A wave of slicing water surged forward. Urgha. Another group was taken out with ease. Amazing. Sho, Wally, Miliana, and Simon were stunned. They'd underestimated them, especially Natsu and Gray. They'd looked so clumsy back in the casino fight, but now, seeing their real power, it was no joke. So this is what Kyan meant by crush them all. I'm up to. Lucy grabbed a key from her belt. Open. Gate of Taurus. A hulking humanoid bull with a giant axe appeared and charged into the fray. He was strong, knocking out enemies with each swing, but compared to the others. That was kinda plain, Miliana muttered. Yeah. Very mid, Wally nodded. Lucy grit her teeth. I'll get way stronger one day. Just you wait. Seriously, these guys are monsters. Natsu's a literal dragon. Juvia used to be one of Phantom Lord's elite. Gray might not be famous, but in Fairy Tale he's neck and neck with Natsu. Compared to them, my performance is fine. Requip, Armadura Fairy Heaven's Wheel. Urza transformed midair into her armored form, metal wings extending behind her. A steel-clad angel descended from the sky. Heaven's Wheel, Circle Sword Dance. Dozens of magic swords rained down. Gaia. Another swarm of guards got shredded. Sho and the others were overwhelmed with emotion. They still remembered the day Urza awakened her magic, how she saved them by wielding countless weapons to drive out the dark mages who ruled over them. And yet they'd believed believed Urza betrayed them. Shame gnawed at their hearts. Kyan stepped off the boat, planting his foot firmly onto the island. He stared at the colossal tower. This entire thing was built on Urza's suffering. That thought alone was enough to make his blood boil. Full takeover, Edward Newgate. Kyan's body rapidly expanded. His clothes morphed into a white coat, a massive glaive appeared in his hands, and a crescent-shaped mustache bloomed across his face. So huge. Miliana and the others gasped. They'd never seen such a towering figure in their lives. Kyan looked up at the towering spire, so much like the Marineford stronghold in his memories. This thing pisses me off. He grinned and muttered. Since we're here, let's say hello. Crack. Kyan spread his stance and thrust both hands into the air, fingers carving a massive S shape into the atmosphere. Rumble. The ground trembled. The entire island tilted. The ocean split into layers, creating sheer cliffs hundreds, maybe thousands, of meters tall. What the hell is this? Everyone on the battlefield was left speechless. Chapter 139, Chapter 139, The Three Crows. 875 words. Top floor, Tower of Heaven. Bang. Bad news, Lord Jalal. We're under attack, it's Fairy Tale. A long-haired man rushed in, breathless, to report. Jalal, however, didn't even flinch. Calm down, Vidaldus. I already anticipated this. You think Sho and the others could really bring Urza back with that man watching over her? Vidaldas's expression changed. You mean Sho and the others betrayed us? That's right. Those bastards. How dare they betray Lord Jalal? They're dead. Jalal simply smiled. It doesn't matter. They've already fulfilled their purpose. Suddenly, the entire Tower of Heaven tilted violently. Jalal grabbed the armrests of his throne to steady himself. Vidaldas clutched a pillar, panicked. What's going on? Is the tower collapsing? He turned to the window and froze. That's, what the hell is that? Even Jalal was taken aback by the sight outside. What he saw would haunt him for life. The sea had split. Tidal waves surged. The entire island swayed and groaned, as if the heavens themselves had flipped upside down. This is impossible. Below the tower. All around the island, people screamed as the land convulsed beneath their feet. An earthquake. A tsunami. What the hell is happening? Many who couldn't grab onto anything were sent tumbling into the sea like falling dominoes. After several agonizing minutes, the chaos finally subsided. The island stabilized. Sho, Wally, Miliana, and Simon all stared at Kyan in stunned silence. Even Natsu and the others looked at him like he was some sort of monster. They already knew this transformation made him insanely powerful, but this was beyond anything they'd imagined. He moved an entire island. No, he could have sunk it. They all felt it. If Kyan had wanted to, he could have easily sent the entire tower to the bottom of the ocean. Juvia was at a loss for words. She'd seen Kyan defeat Master Jose in his Whitebeard form back in Ashibana. Back then, she thought he was already at his limit. Now she knew, he hadn't even been trying. What was that? Simon whispered. Nothing much. Just a light use of the power of quakes, Kyan replied casually. Miliana and the others were completely dumbfounded. This was the monster we picked a fight with back then. Back at the top of the tower. Vidaldas was sprawled on the floor, shaking. He truly thought the entire tower was going to collapse. No, worse, it wasn't just the tower. The whole island, the ocean, everything had looked like it was about to be swallowed. What kind of power is that? Kyan, that bastard. Jalal clenched his fists. As much as he hated to admit it, he'd been genuinely terrified. It wasn't just the raw power Kyan displayed, it was the message behind it. That if Kyan wanted, he could reduce everything Jalal had built over 8 years to rubble in a single punch. And Jalal believed it. He knew full well, this tower, fortified as it was, stood no chance against Kyan's unreasonable power. Vidaldas, Jalal said. Ready yourself. Oh? You mean I get to go? That bastard declared war on us. It's time we fought back, or else we'll look like cowards. Vidaldas grinned. Then I won't hold back. Yeah. Magic surged from his body as he transformed. His appearance twisted, his face painted in thick dark makeup, his outfit resembling a heavy metal rocker from hell. From the Assassin Guild, Skull Order's Special Assault Squad, the 3 crows have arrived. 2 figures appeared beside him. One was a grotesque humanoid owl beast named Fukuro. The other, a sultry beauty with long pink hair and a kimono, holding a gleaming katana, Ikaruga. Hell. Let's give them a taste of the most brutal, bloodiest hell they've ever seen. Vidaldas struck a pose, head whipping back and forth, fingers flashing the rock sign like a deranged frontman at a demonic concert. Their team leader, Ikaruga, smiled sweetly and asked. What in the world just happened? That quake nearly scared this lady out of her kimono. Even she was rattled by the earlier spectacle. The sea had risen and fallen in massive layers. The land had tilted. It wasn't natural. It wasn't something she could believe came from human hands. And yet, that's what it was. Fukuro tilted his head. Hoo. He too was still in a daze. Vidaldus grinned. It was Kian. He used take-over magic, transformed into that old man, and unleashed his powers. That quake and tsunami. All him. Ikaruga's expression changed. Kian. You mean the one who defeated Jose, one of the 10 wizard saints, in a head-on fight? Everyone with the means to watch that battle had done so. The 3 crows included. Jalal nodded. That's him. He's quite the terrifying monster then. Are we really going to fight him? What? Are you scared? Jalal asked coolly. Ikaruga chuckled, caressing the hilt of her blade. Of course I am. Who wouldn't be? But I'm also excited. This man, he's the one. The legend. If I get to cross blades with him, even if I die, it would be an honor. She stepped forward, her eyes gleaming. The wind may scatter us like petals, for such is the fate of love and life. But tonight. She smiled, her blade flashing. Tonight will be a grand festival of death. Chapter 140, The Paradise Game. 977 words. Boom. Yuwawa. The main gate of the Tower of Heaven exploded under Natsu's punch. Jalal. Get your ass out here. Natsu stormed through the broken doorway, roaring with fury. Suddenly, grotesque mouths began to emerge from the walls, twisting, smirking, muttering. Lucy recoiled in horror. What are those? They're disgusting. Mouths. Why are there mouths coming out of the walls? Urza spoke grimly, it's a magic Jalal created. These mouths let him broadcast his voice to every corner of the tower. Soon, the mouths began to speak. Welcome to the Tower of Heaven, everyone. I am Jalal, the master of this paradise. Now that both sides of the board are set, let the game begin, the Paradise Game. Natsu blinked in confusion. Game? What game? The rules are simple, Jalal's voice echoed. A floor-by-floor gauntlet. Each level of the tower has its own guards, your task is to defeat them and advance. These guards are in charge of hostages, the very people who helped construct this Tower of Heaven, and the same ones who once resisted the Black Magic Order alongside Urza. What? Hugh and the others turned pale. You bastard, Jalal. Urza clenched her fists in rage. First you manipulated those innocent people, and now you're using them as pawns for your twisted amusement. Her voice trembled with fury. Jalal wasn't just evil, he was worse than he was 8 years ago. Honestly, I was planning to kill them all, Jalal replied coldly. The tower is already complete. They've outlived their usefulness. If they leave, they might reveal what's here. But lucky for them, and for you, I've decided to give you a chance to save them. Think of it as my final act of mercy. Mercy? Lucy shouted. You call that mercy? In addition to those guards, Jalal continued, I've stationed 3 elite warriors throughout the tower. Defeat them, and you may reach the top floor for a final showdown with me. But break the rules, just once, and I'll have every last hostage executed. Whether you choose to save them or rush straight to me, that choice is yours. Simon narrowed his eyes. So he knew we were going to betray him. He had hoped to use Hugh's magic to teleport directly to the top floor and launch a surprise attack. But seeing how well prepared Jalal was, that plan was now in shambles. There's one last thing I must emphasize, this tower is my 8-year masterpiece. I will not tolerate excessive damage. If any major destruction occurs, every hostage dies. And finally, his voice dropped ominously. The Magic Council may already be preparing to fire the Ether Ion, the satellite blast array. That ultimate magic, capable of turning all to dust. Everyone froze. Ether Ion. The Council's last resort weapon, their strongest deterrent across the continent. Vidaldas shouted, "Hey! That wasn't part of the deal, Jalal. If that thing hits, we're all dead." Ikaruga glanced at him and smirked. "What's this, Vidaldas? Are you scared?" Vidaldas grinned like a maniac. "Quite the opposite. This is peak ecstasy. I live for danger like this." Jalal's voice rang out one final time. "We don't know when Ether Ion will strike. If it does, none of us will survive. That would mean no victor and the end of the game. Now then, enjoy yourselves." The mouths vanished. Wah! What the hell? What's wrong with this guy? Even when his life is on the line, he still wants to play games. Lucy was visibly shaking. Jalal's madness had deeply unsettled her. Ether Ion? The council? No. They wouldn't. Urza whispered. That's unthinkable. Maybe he's bluffing, Gray muttered. No way the council would fire Ether Ion here, right? Clap. Clap. Kyan Blaze stepped forward, clapping his hands. Enough. Bluff or not, we still have to save those people. Let's split into teams. Simon, he continued, you six know the structure of this place. Divide up and join different teams. Juvia immediately declared. I'll go with Grey Sama. My magic pairs perfectly with his. Simon nodded. All right. I'll join you too. We've met before, though I admit, not under the best circumstances. Wally stepped forward. Then I'll go with the Fire Dragon Boy. Fine by me, Natsu shrugged. As long as I've got Happy, I'm good. I'll go with Big Sis, said Hugh softly. He still felt immense guilt toward Urza. He'd made up his mind to protect her at all costs. And me. Miliana looked nervously at Kyan. She was still traumatized. Not long ago, Kyan had nearly crushed her like a bug. The memory left a lasting shadow. Kyan took charge. Each team will be responsible for a set of floors. How many levels are there in this tower? Simon replied. From here to the top, where Jalal is, it's 18 floors total. Happy did the math. Then each group has to clear 12 floors. This guy. Gray's eyes narrowed. He's trying to wear us down. No rest. No time to recover. By the time we reach him, we'll be spent. Lucy clenched her fists. That's low, so damn low. Urza turned toward Kyan, concern in her eyes. Your magic, this kind of battle of attrition, won't it be a problem for you? Kyan's magic was overwhelmingly powerful, but it came at a high cost. He wasn't built for drawn-out battles. Jalal's rules almost felt custom-made to counter him. Kyan, however, just smiled. No problem. This level of difficulty. It's nothing. In truth, his magic reserves now were leagues above what they had been a year ago. And he wasn't out of cards, he still had multiple purple and gold cards ready to be used. If worst came to worst, he'd just sacrifice one. Not that he expected to need them. It's just Jalal, he thought. If I can't beat this version of Jalal, all those card pulls were a waste. With teams finalized, they prepared to split up. Everyone. Urza called out. Watch each other's backs and stay safe. Move out. Yeha. Chapter 141, Chapter 141, Black Flash. 1043 words. Before long, everyone split up and began acting independently. Miliana led Kyan Blaze to the floors he was assigned to clear. As soon as they arrived, there was no need to search for enemies, they came to him. So many enemies. Even Miliana was shocked by how many there were. Her magic wasn't really suited for large-scale combat, it was more of a utility type. If she managed to trap someone, they couldn't use magic, which was useful for ambushes or one-on-ones. But against this many people, her magic wouldn't make much of a difference. Full takeover, Ace. Kyan transformed into Ace, a purple-ranked card, less costly than gold cards but still incredibly powerful. The Logia ability of the Flame fruit was perfect for wiping out small fry like these. Take him down. Lord Jalal said anyone who kills him gets 100 million J as a reward. Kill him. A wave of guards charged forward. These were members of Jalal's secret forces, many of them from dark guilds he'd groomed over the years. To ensure Kyan's defeat, Jalal had thrown in everything he had, even offering outrageous bounties. Fire Fist. Kyan's arm turned into a blazing inferno, sweeping across the battlefield. Yuwa. AF. Screams filled the air as enemies were blasted backward, collapsing all around. Within seconds, the entire floor was cleared. Amazing. Even though Miliana had already seen Kyan's overwhelming power before, watching him incinerate dozens of enemies so effortlessly still left her stunned. Kyan reached out and grabbed hold of an iron cage. Intense heat flowed from his palm, melting the bars instantly. Miliana. What's going on? Why did Jalal lock us up? The prisoners inside panicked when they recognized her, bombarding her with questions. Miliana stepped forward and explained with a grim face. Everyone, we were all tricked by Jalal. 8 years ago, it was Jalal who betrayed us, not Urza. Now that the Tower of Heaven is complete, Jalal wants to erase all the evidence. That means killing all of you. What? That can't be. They were all stunned, but with the situation staring them in the face, there was no room for denial. That bastard. Everything we did all these years, for what? Please, everyone, get out of here. This place is dangerous. Knowing they couldn't contribute to the battle, and would only become liabilities, they quickly thanked Kyan and Miliana, and fled the tower. Similar situations unfolded on other floors. Compared to unfamiliar mages like Kyan, the hostages placed their faith in familiar faces like Simon. Before long, Kyan moved on to the next floor under his jurisdiction. Another fire fist wiped out most of the guards. The remaining few were quickly cleaned up. He continued clearing his assigned half of the tower with brutal efficiency. But Kyan began to notice something. The further he climbed, the stronger the guards became. Clearing each floor now took a bit more effort. Hey, Kyan suddenly said aloud, his voice sharp. How long do you plan to keep watching? You've followed me across several floors already. Still not going to make a move? Huh? Miliana blinked, confused. Then, from the shadows, a bizarre figure stepped out, an owl-headed creature with a human body. Oh ho! So this is the infamous Kyan Blaze. Your evil reputation has reached even our guild. But fear not, today the noble warrior of justice, Fukuro, will vanquish evil once and for all. Prepare yourself. Sho crouched low, and the magic launcher strapped to his back began to roar. Jet mode, oh ho ho. He rocketed toward Kyan with stunning speed. Kyan raised his hand, murmuring. Mirror fire wall. Fwoosh. A massive wall of fire burst forth from his palm. Fukuro immediately jerked his trajectory, angling upward and avoiding impact with the flame wall. He dove from above, aiming a powerful kick at Kyan. Kyan twisted his body, narrowly avoiding the strike, then spun midair and kicked Fukuro square in the face. Oof. Sho was sent flying but managed to recover quickly and land on his feet. Not bad. Ace's stats weren't top tier, but they were respectable. And yet, Fukuro took that kick like it was nothing. Oh ho. Kyan Blaze, I know your weakness. Your transformations are powerful, you even defeated Jose, one of the 10 wizard saints. But the stronger your form, the more magic you consume. That's your fatal flaw. Every moment you stay transformed, you burn magic. And after all those battles, you must be running low. I'll keep dodging and dragging this out until you're empty, and then I'll strike when you're weakest. Victory will be mine. He was practically glowing with confidence. Kyan raised an eyebrow and smirked. Oh? You've done your homework. But do you really think you'll last that long? Sho pounded his chest. The warrior of justice will never fall to evil. Full takeover, Satoru Gojo. Kyan's body changed again, now taking on the appearance of Gojo, his latest transformation. You seen this form before? Oh ho, a new one. Just as I expected of a villain. The warrior of justice, Fukuro, will not allow you to do evil under a new identity. Missiles, oh ho ho. The twin rocket launchers on Fukuro's back fired straight toward Kyan. But Kyan didn't move. The missiles stopped. Mid-air. Right in front of him. Ha! Sho panicked and tried to force them forward with all the magic he could muster, but the rockets refused to budge. Curse technique lapse, blue. Kyan tapped the suspended missiles. In the blink of an eye they twisted, warped and collapsed, morphing into solid iron balls that fell to the ground with a thud. What the hell? Fukuro stood frozen in shock. Boom. Before he could react, Kyan was already in front of him. Not good. Fukuro's eyes widened, trying to retreat, but too late. Kyan's fist surged forward, wrapped in potent cursed energy. Black flash. Bam. Crack, crack. Black and red lightning erupted on impact. Yuwawa. The punch drove into Fukuro's gut like a hammer from the gods. His body folded inward like a shrimp as blood sprayed from his mouth. Boom, 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 boom. Fukuro was sent flying, crashing through multiple walls before finally plummeting out of the Tower of Heaven entirely. Kyan snorted. All that rambling, just to save myself some effort. Now every second-rate clown thinks they can get in my way. Chapter 142, Chapter 142, Curse Technique Reversal, Red. 957 words. Top floor of the Tower of Heaven. Fukuro's already down. Jalal murmured with a smirk. Well, at least he served his purpose. Kyan had to transform again, burning more magic. All I need to do is keep the pressure on. Eventually, the balance will tip in my favor. Truthfully, Jalal had wanted to face Kyan Blaze head-on, to test himself against the infamous mage in a proper duel. But Kyan was simply too dangerous. Every one of his transformations had caused earth-shaking events. The claim about him slaying a dragon in the kingdom of Sobia was still debated. After all, no one truly knew the extent of a dragon's power. But defeating Jose, one of the 10 wizard saints, had been witnessed by many, including Jalal himself. He had been there, watching the battle in person, and he had been shocked by Kyan's power. Still, he didn't believe he would lose. Destructive power is meaningless if it can't land a hit. Meanwhile, on the next floor, Kyan easily wiped out all the guards in a matter of seconds. Suddenly, Bwayam! A distorted bass riff erupted through the corridor. From the end of the hall, a man shook his head like a windmill, shredding on a bass guitar as he strutted toward Kyan. Ugh! That sound is awful. Miliana covered her ears in pain. Hi Yaya. I am Vidaldus Taka of the Trinity Raven, representing the Skull Guild under the Dark Guild umbrella. Rockin' Assassin number 2 reporting in. Kyan's 6 eyes scanned him instantly. His magic level was a bit above Fukuro's, not overwhelming but not weak either. Another mid-boss. Rock you. Vidaldus whipped his long hair like a set of flailing whips, lashing them toward Kyan. But Kyan didn't move. His limitless technique auto-triggered, slowing down everything approaching him. By the time the hair reached his proximity, it was crawling, practically frozen mid-air. Ha! Physical attacks don't work on you. Damn. That's what makes you a monster. But good thing hair whip's not all I've got. Time to make you my nightmare slave. Rock nightmare. Hi Yaya. He strummed his bass furiously, unleashing waves of hypnotic sound aimed at Kyan. His goal, to enslave him through sound magic. If he could tame the power that had defeated one of the 10 wizard saints, he'd be unstoppable in the Dark Guild underworld. Seconds ticked by. But Kyan just stood there. "You done?" he asked. Vidaldus stared, dumbfounded. "Why you heard my music. How are you still standing?" Kyan pointed at his ears. "Simple. I didn't hear it." "That's impossible. Even if you plug your ears, sound still reaches the brain. And your ears are wide open. I filtered it out. The moment you started playing, I classified your bass as noise, then nullified it. You're talking complete nonsense. I don't understand a word of what you just said." Kyan sighed. "Forget it. No point explaining technical formulas to someone on your level. Let's just end this." He raised his right index finger. A small red energy sphere formed at its tip. Contraction. Expansion. What do you think happens when the void collapses into itself? Curse technique reversal, red. This was Gojo's signature reversal ability, infusing positive energy into the curse technique to generate repulsive force centered on the user. Yowo Orga. A sudden, overwhelming force struck Vidaldus like a wrecking ball. Boom, 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 boom. He was launched backward, crashing through wall after wall, until his body was sent soaring in a wide arc and plunged straight into the sea. From the top floor, Jalal narrowed his eyes. "Vidaldus is down too." "Humph. I expected that. But not so quickly. As I thought, none of them are even remotely a threat to Kyan Blaze. Only one of you is left. Ikaruga. Don't let me down." Back on his floor, Kyan threw one final punch, smashing the last straggler to the ground. "Finally done here." That's when a smooth, feminine voice echoed from ahead. "Shalalala shalalala. Shalalala shalalala. I am called Ikaruga. It is a pleasure." A woman in a white kimono embroidered with a flameskull pattern stepped gracefully into view. She had long pink hair, carried a katana, and possessed a body that exuded both sensuality and danger. Kyan raised an eyebrow and smirked. "So Jalal sent all 3 of his elite fighters after me. What an honor." He wasn't buying the coincidence excuse. Jalal had sent all 3 Trinity Raven members his way. If that wasn't deliberate targeting, nothing was. Ikaruga giggled behind her hand. "It couldn't be helped. You are, after all, a formidable threat. We must resort to underhanded tactics, or we wouldn't stand a chance." Kyan's smile sharpened. "So you're saying you're my opponent now? All right, let's get this started. Please wait." What now?" "I have heard that you possess a transformation known as the Sword God. As a fellow swordswoman, I would consider it an honor to duel that persona and test my blade against it." Swordsmanship. Kyan frowned slightly. Honestly, he rarely used Yorichi Tsujikuni anymore. Not because he disliked the form, but because its stats were too low. Among all his gold-tier characters, Yorichi had the lowest combat parameters. In pure close combat, he might even lose to some purple-tier forms. That said, Yorichi had one unique advantage: he could use magic while transformed. Not through conversion or system workarounds, he could directly imbue magic into his blade, enabling devastating slashes. A year ago, that ability had been critical in cracking the defense of a magic dragon. He had followed that up with Ulquiorra's second Resurrection, firing a lance of thunder to finish the kill. Even so, the stat disadvantage made him a last resort. He used Yorichi mainly for training, rarely for actual combat. Still. "Very well," Kyan said calmly. "As you wish." Chapter 143, Chapter 143, I will win. 1090 words. The other party had already requested a duel of swordsmanship. Kyan had no reason to decline. Full takeover, Yorichi Tsujikuni. Kyan's body began to shift rapidly, transitioning from Gojo's form to the legendary sword god. Ikaruga's eyes lit up with awe. So this is the sword god, Yorichi Tsujikuni. Even though she knew full well it was still Kaion, the stark difference in his form and aura made it feel like another person entirely. Just by standing there, he exuded the presence of a master swordsman who had reached the absolute peak. Thank you for accepting my request. No need to thank me, Kaion said flatly. But I won't be holding back. Unlike Gojo's playful personality, Kaion took on Yorichi's composed and serious demeanor during the transformation. Each takeover subtly pulled his character in the direction of the soul it embodied. I wouldn't want you to. Ikaruga replied with equal seriousness. Then, allow me to begin. No moon style, sword flash. Ikaruga drew her katana and unleashed a blazing arc of energy that shot toward Kaion. Clang! Kaion unsheathed his blade in a smooth, fluid motion, cutting the sword flash down midair. No moon style, multiple sword flashes. One after another, Ikaruga fired rapid slashes, crescent arcs slicing through the air at high speed. Kaion remained calm and elegant, deflecting each of them with perfect, effortless timing. Amazing. As expected of the man known as the Sword God. Seeing her attacks deflected so cleanly, Ikaruga couldn't help but feel shaken. Then try this. No moon style, Garuda flame. She channeled magic into her blade and launched a ferocious fire-infused slash. Sun-breathing, first form, dance. Kaion responded in kind, a fiery slash roaring from his blade to meet hers. Boom. The two fire slashes collided midair and exploded into a violent conflagration. Sword flash. Using the explosion as cover, Ikaruga fired another slash and darted forward behind it, aiming for a fatal strike. Die. No moon style, Yasha flash. Sun-breathing, fourth form, fake rainbow. Her blade sliced through Kaion's body. But there was no resistance. No impact. What? Ikaruga gasped. She hadn't felt the sensation of striking a real body. Kaion's form in front of her shimmered and faded like mist. A shadow. Where's the real one? She turned back, no one. Looked left and right, empty. Sun-breathing, 10th form, beneficent radiance. She heard Kaion's voice from above. Her heart dropped. She looked up and saw a spiraling sunfire slash descending from the sky like a divine judgment. Squelch. Affa. Ikaruga screamed as searing pain tore through her body. Multiple deep gashes appeared, each one laced with blazing fire that seared her flesh like an open furnace. Thud. She crashed to the ground, blood soaking her once white kimono. Beautiful. She murmured weakly. So this is the sword god's blade. I actually lost. Ever since joining the guild, this is the first time. But neither you nor Jalal will win. In 15 minutes a divine light will fall from the sky, one that will erase everything. Kaion reverted from his takeover and said quietly. No. I will win. His voice was calm. Unshaken. Certain. And with that unwavering tone, even those who heard him couldn't help but believe. Ikaruga stared up at him with widened eyes, then gave a faint smile. Then. May victory find you. With that final blessing, she exhaled, and her body went still. This had not been a spar like with Urza. This had been war. Ikaruga's swordsmanship was excellent, but Yorichi was greater. Especially when empowered by Transparent World, the same technique that even allowed him to fatally strike Muzan. Against someone like Ikaruga, the outcome was inevitable. ERA Magic Council Headquarters. Target locked. Adjusting spatial coordinates. Due to the mountain region's frequency interference, coordinate locking is unstable. Raise the altitude further. Magic fill rate, 70%. Ether ion attribute fusion complete. Countdown to firing, 15 minutes. 1 hour ago, Seagrain had successfully persuaded the majority of the council members to approve the firing of Aetherion, on the grounds that Jalal intended to resurrect Zeref, the Black Wizard. Zeref, the terror of an era. Even after 400 years, his legend lingered across the continent. If a moon like that were to return, the world would plunge into ruin. Org stared solemnly at the Aetherion core. To think something like this would happen while the chairman is unwell. Michello sighed. It couldn't be helped. With the chairman absent, all decisions fall to us 9 members. Don't worry, Org. This isn't a military act, it falls under Article 27, Section 4 of the Continental Emergency Law. But Org's hands still trembled. I'm not worried about the law. I'm worried we're about to drop a demon onto a country. Michello responded, You mean Zeref? If we're going to slay a demon, we can only pray what we're dropping is an angel. Elsewhere on the council balcony, Seagrain stood with his hands clasped behind his back, watching Aetherion gather power. So it's finally happening. Master Seagrain, the moment you've waited 8 years for is finally within reach. Altair approached from behind, voice gentle. Aren't you afraid, Altair? Not in the slightest. I've always trusted you. Seagrain chuckled. Of course you're not scared. After all, you're not the one at risk of dying. That's right. Hee hee. Me though, yeah, I'm a little afraid. If this fails, I'll die. But even if it costs me my life, it will be worth it for my dream. Tower of Heaven top floor. So Ikaruga is down as well. Jalal narrowed his eyes, watching the monitor. As expected of Kyan Blaze, the man who defeated a wizard saint. Even the Trinity Raven couldn't stop him. But what a surprise. I never thought you'd be the first to reach me, Urza. A familiar voice answered him coldly. Well, you only have yourself to blame, Jalal. You sent all your elite fighters after Kyan. That gave me a shortcut to get here. Jalal, why? She shouted. We trusted you. Why would you betray us like this? Beside her, Hugh stared at Jalal, his chest twisting with grief. He had always admired Jalal, idolized him, even. He had been their spiritual pillar, someone they believed in when they had nothing else. But now he realized that foundation had been nothing but a lie. A cruel, masterfully crafted lie. You're asking why, huh? Jalal sneered. Because you were all just so easy to manipulate. But don't get me wrong, I'm grateful. Thanks to all of you, this massive project was completed in just 8 years. Chapter 144, Chapter 144, You're too easy to fool. 1,145 words. Jalal. Urza swung her sword at him with fury. Boom. The throne Jalal had been sitting on split in 2 under her strike. Jalal. Show and the others trusted you with everything. And this is how you repay them. You didn't just deceive them, you crushed their dignity and spat on it. Her voice trembled with rage. Urza had suffered these past 8 years, but it was nothing compared to what Sho and the others endured. And the one responsible for it all stood there grinning. Without guilt. Without shame. Urza. Sho's voice cracked as tears streamed down his cheeks. He had spent so long enduring in silence. But now, finally, someone was standing up for him. Jalal spread his arms and laughed. Dignity? What dignity? Haven't I treated them well all these years? I gave them food, clothes, even magic lessons. I promised them a future. But you stole their freedom. Urza shouted. Freedom? Jalal laughed wildly. Ha 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 ha. Tell me, where in this world does true freedom exist? Outside, people are shackled by family, by marriage, by work. Is that freedom? Have you seen anyone truly free? Only Zeref's world offers true freedom. And I'm leading them there. The moment he spoke Zeref's name, A flicker of madness sparked in his eyes. That's nothing but your delusion, Urza growled. You never once asked them what they wanted. Ha! Their opinion? Jalal sneered. Why would the strong care what the weak think? You've been out in the world all these years, Urza, and you still don't understand. It's survival of the fittest. Jalal, you bastard. Sho roared. He flung a flurry of spell cards at Jalal. Humph. I'm the one who had those spells taught to you. You think I wouldn't know how to counter them? Jalal raised a hand. Shadows surged, dark wraiths, and shattered Sho's cards before slamming into his chest. Ugh! Sho collapsed in a heap. Urza rushed to his side and caught him. Sho. Are you all right? I'm sorry, sis. He had known the truth deep down. But hearing it from Jalal's own mouth, so cold and casual, had broken something inside him. Don't apologize, Urza said gently. You've done nothing wrong. She turned to face Jalal, eyes cold and focused. Jalal smiled faintly. The idea of apologizing to people like them was laughable to him. You seem awfully calm, Urza said coldly. Does that mean all your talk about Ether Ion was a bluff? No, Jalal replied. Ether Ion will fall. In 10, no, 9 minutes, it will hit. Urza frowned. She couldn't tell if he was bluffing or not, but the precision in his timing was suspicious. Sho. Get out of here. Tell everyone else to evacuate the tower. What about you, sis? I'll deal with Jalal. 8 years of pain and betrayal, it ends today. All right. Be careful. Sho staggered off. He'd wanted to be the one to end this himself, but the reality was clear, Jalal had crushed him in one blow. If he stayed, he'd only get in Urza's way. Jalal watched him leave, indifferent. Sho was just another pawn, disposable once spent. 8 minutes left, he said. Let's make them count. 8 minutes is more than enough. Ha! You're all bark, Urza. Have you forgotten how I banished you from this island 8 years ago, tail between your legs? With a smirk, Jalal launched another wave of dark wraiths. Urza danced between them, slashing them apart one by one. Boom. Boom. The wraiths collided with pillars and walls, shattering them. You used to value this place. Now you're destroying it yourself. Just some columns, Jalal said flatly. Decoration. And yet Sho and the others trusted you for 8 years for those stupid decorations. Spare me your lectures. Jalal barked. The R system is complete. Those fools have served their purpose. More wraiths surged and coiled around Urza's limbs. People aren't just tools. They're not useful or useless. With a roar, Urza activated Requip magic. A flash of armor gave her just enough resistance to break free. Fairy blade dance. She lunged at Jalal, blade flashing, and carved a deep wound across his stomach. Ugh! Shing! Her sword stopped at his throat. Tell me. What's your real goal? I don't know what you're talking about. Don't lie to me. The R system was never completed, was it? Urza's gaze burned. I've been investigating it these past 8 years. The structure of this tower, yes, it matches the original blueprint. But to activate something on that scale, it would require at least 2.7 billion ether units of magic. Even if every mage on the continent contributed, you'd fall short. And you knew the council was planning to strike. Yet you didn't flee. So what are you really trying to do? Jalal smiled. 5 minutes left until Ether Ion falls. Jalal. Urza shouted. Your delusions ended long ago. Do you plan to just die? Ah. Maybe that's fine too. His eyes turned vacant. My body's already been claimed by Zerif's spirit. I can't fight it. I'm just a vessel now, meant to revive Zeref in the flesh. I can't save myself. No one can. That's why I said freedom. Paradise. None of it exists. It was all doomed before it even began. I know the R system won't work. But Zeref's spirit won't let me stop. It's too late. I'm just a runaway train now. He looked up at Urza and smiled. You've won, Urza. Kill me and escape with the others. Clang. Urza let her sword fall to the floor and sank to her knees across from him. You're a victim too of Zeref. Jalal's face dimmed. This is punishment. For my cowardice. For the gap between my dreams and reality. I hurt you and Sho and all the others. Urza shook her head. No. It's not your fault. You saved me once but I couldn't save you. So let me take your burden. Urza, you've all read. Blurg. Suddenly, a loud retching noise echoed from the window. Urza turned, startled. Kian. He was sitting casually on the windowsill. Sorry, couldn't hold it in. But seriously, Urza, you're way too easy to fool. Haven't you heard the saying? A man's mouth is full of lies. And you're buying all this crap. What an idiot. What? Urza blinked in confusion. Kian turned his attention to Jalal, and gave him a mocking grin. But you, man, you're good. Just spouting bullshit left and right. No wonder so many people fell for it. Jalal stared at him, bewildered. I don't understand what you're talking about. You don't. Kian said, voice sharp. Urza, kill him. Urza didn't understand what was going on, but she trusted Kian. She reached for her sword. Wham! Jalal lashed out with a sudden kick, knocking her across the room. Ugh! She crashed to the floor and looked up, stunned. Jalal adjusted his hair and grinned. Ugh, and the mood was just getting good. Why'd you have to show up and ruin it? Chapter 145, Chapter 145, Ether Ion. 877 words. Jalal, you. Urza stood frozen, her whole body trembling. Just moments ago, he had begged her to kill him. But now, when she actually tried, he was resisting. Suddenly, Jalal clutched his head and screamed in agony. No. Not me. Urza, it's Zeref. Zeref's spirit is controlling me. Then his expression twisted into a smug grin. Just kidding. Ha 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 ha. Urza's face drained of color. She had been worried for him, even now, and he was laughing. You tricked me again. That's right, Jalal said proudly. I tricked you. And you fell for it because you're soft and cute. Just like all women blinded by love. You're so easy to manipulate. I'll kill you. Urza summoned a massive greatsword from her dimensional arsenal and charged. But before she could swing, dark script resembling coiling snakes surged across her body, locking her in place. Ugh. My body. It won't move. What is this? Serpent of binding, Jalal said smugly. I marked you with it when I touched you earlier. Why so mad? Being fooled is your own fault. The gullible deserve to be deceived. You bastard. Urza struggled, but it was useless. Watching this unfold, Kian's eyes darkened. TCH, low. Even stooping to manipulate a woman's feelings. Urza was his guildmate, his friend. Jalal, on the other hand, was just a former anime character from his past life. But now he was a manipulative enemy who had crushed Urza's heart beneath his heel. Kian felt his anger coalesce into killing intent. Jalal, sensing it, turned to him. You'd better stand down, Kian. Unless you want Urza to die too. He looked at her and grinned. You've been wondering where all that magic power came from, haven't you? That 2.7 billion ideas of magic required to complete the R system. Urza's eyes widened. Jalal lifted a single finger toward the sky. VMMM. The clouds above the tower twisted violently as an enormous magic circle began to take shape in the sky. Ether ion? The council's really going to fire it. Everyone in the tower felt it. The pressure. The terror. Wait, no. You don't mean. Jalal chuckled darkly. That's right. Ether ion. The Tower of Heaven isn't just for channeling magic, it's a converter. A giant receiver. Once it absorbs the blast, it'll convert the energy. That's the missing 2.7 billion ideas. And with that, the R system will be complete. Less than a minute remains. Soon, we'll witness history, together. Ha 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 ha. You're insane. Urza stared in horror. Ether ion wasn't some ordinary spell. It was the Council's ultimate weapon, capable of wiping entire nations off the map. And Jalal was planning to catch it like it was nothing. To realize my dream, this is nothing. Up above, the circle glowed brighter. The world was about to burn. Kayan, run. Urza screamed. She regretted everything. She should never have dragged her guild into this, never asked Kayan, Natsu, Lucy, any of them to come. If Kayan died, she'd never forgive herself. Jalal just smiled. Don't bother. The blast radius alone will level this entire country. If the R system succeeds, maybe you'll survive. If not, well, we'll all die together. Wouldn't that be romantic? Then. Kayan's voice rang out. No. There's a third option. Our system fails and we survive. Kayan. Urza looked over in shock. Full take over Minato Namikaze. Kayan's body began to change. His black hair faded into brilliant yellow. Dark eyes became a serene blue. A Leaf Village forehead protector formed on his brow, followed by a Konoha-style flak jacket, blue shinobi trousers, and finally, the white cloak with red flames down its edge, emblazoned with. Is that? Urza and Jalal stared. Another new form, just like Satoru Gojo from before. And just like that one, this new identity carried power. A different kind of power. Whoosh! Kayan reappeared high above, standing atop the crystal spike that crowned the Tower of Heaven. Jalal narrowed his eyes. No matter what tricks you pull, it's pointless. Ether ion cannot be stopped by a human. Magic Council era. Final phase complete. Begin satellite convergence. Commence launch. All across the council chamber, officials bowed their heads in grim silence. May the holy light grant mercy upon us. Fire Etherian. Shum. A colossal ball of radiant magic appeared in the sky above the tower, blazing like a second sun. Born from the fusion of countless elemental magics, its destructive force increased exponentially. Transmitted through the satellite network, it was capable of striking any point on the continent with perfect precision. The Council's ultimate weapon. Ether ion. Whoosh! The blazing orb shot down toward the tower like a god's wrath. Kayan stood tall, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Come on, then. Show me what you've got. He began weaving hand seals. Around him, the air shimmered, black sealing script spiraling out from his body into the sky. Kayan, no. Urza screamed, tears stinging her eyes. This was her fault. If she'd just killed Jalal from the start, Kayan wouldn't be in danger now. She shut her eyes. And then, something impossible happened. Just as Ether ion was about to touch him, it stopped. Right there, frozen midair, as if caught by some invisible hand. Black characters filled the sky and Ether ion began to dissolve. One by one, streams of magic peeled away and vanished into the void. Within moments, the god-slaying blast was gone. What? Chapter 146, Chapter 146, It's Gonna Blow. 686 words. Everyone who witnessed it wasn't just stunned. They were completely paralyzed. What just happened? Wasn't that ether ion? They had all thought the end had come, the moment it fell. And then, suddenly, it just vanished. How? Magic Council era. The entire council chamber had been watching the descent of ether ion through the satellite vision spell, eyes fixed on the Tower of Heaven. Moments ago they were certain the tower, and everything around it, would be obliterated. But now, the tower was completely intact. Counselor Org stood up, voice trembling. Where is it? Where the hell is the ether ion? That massive blast, where did it go? I don't know. Stammered one of the techs. This has never happened before. Everyone in the council chamber was panicking, including the 9 themselves. Ether ion was their ultimate weapon. If it could be neutralized, if it could be deflected, their authority across Ishgar would collapse. Tower of Heaven rooftop. Ha 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 ha. That was amazing. Kyan threw his arms wide, laughing with unrestrained joy. Every inch of his body felt alive. Every pore tingled with exhilaration. This was ether ion, the Magic Council's god-slaying spell. A single shot could wipe a nation off the map. And he'd faced it head-on. In terms of power level, it was comparable to a full-powered tailed beast bomb from Karama. Seeing it bear down on him had made his heart race, his blood roar. It was terrifying. And thrilling. Of course, he wasn't reckless. Even if he'd failed, the tower would have tanked the impact. That's why he'd left it standing, why he'd gone along with Jalal's little dungeon challenge game. This tower. Just a level 50 dungeon. Kyan. Max level raid boss. And he had won. That's the 4th Hokage for you. Flying Thunder God no Jutsu was nuts. FWIP. Kyan instantly reappeared beside Urza, and wrapped his arms around her. Hold tight, he said with a grin. It's about to blow. What? She blinked, confused. I moved ether ion over the ocean. Kyan pointed into the distance. Urza followed his gaze, and saw a second sun plummeting from the sky. Boom. A radiant explosion tore through the horizon. The entire sea erupted, waves like mountains rising skyward. KRRRRRRRMMMMMMMM. The shockwave finally reached the tower, shaking it to its foundation. Kyan shielded Urza with his body. Ugh, she winced. Below, the others were equally dumbfounded. What the hell was that? What just happened? Didn't ether ion hit us? They had all seen it descend. They had all felt the dread. And now it exploded somewhere else. Gray looked toward the tower's summit. No way. It can't be. But who else could it be? Only Urza and Kyan weren't with the group. Every time they thought they'd seen the limit of Kyan's power, he unveiled a new persona. A new form. Each more incredible than the last. And every one of them shared one thing in common. Overwhelming strength. Magic Council era. Boom. The blast could be seen from orbit. Through the vision screen, they watched ether ion detonate over the ocean. Counselor Org roared. What is going on? Why did ether ion explode there? The tech scrambled. We found the anomaly. Right before impact, space around the tower fluctuated, someone used teleportation magic and redirected ether ion. What? Redirected? Who the hell teleports ether ion? That wasn't a spell. It was a continent-breaking doomsday weapon. Now someone had moved it. The room spiraled into chaos. If word of this got out, that someone had hijacked Aetherion, the Magic Council would become a laughingstock across the entire continent. And if this unknown mage could send it over the sea? What if they sent it into a city? Or worse, right above the Council's own HQ? Org's hands trembled. Who is this man? The one who built the R system. Did he plan for all this in advance? Did he anticipate us firing Aetherion? The assumption spread like wildfire. Jalal must have built some massive teleportation array into the tower. No one dared believe this was the work of a single person. To them, that was impossible. Tower of Heaven rooftop. Back at the top, Jalal was spiraling into madness. No. No, no, no. This isn't possible. Chapter 147, Chapter 147, the next part might get bloody. 854 words. Impossible. That was Aetherion. It should have annihilated everything. What the hell did you do? Jalal's face contorted into rage as he roared at Kian. 8 long years, he'd spent 8 entire years constructing the Tower of Heaven. Years clawing his way up the ladder of power, until he was seated among the Magic Council's elite. All that sacrifice, all that preparation. All meant for this one moment. But now, Aetherion, his trump card, was gone. Just gone. All his grand designs, reduced to nothing in the final hour. No wonder Jalal was losing it. Kian simply smiled at him and replied, coolly. I already told you, I teleported it. Teleported? You bastard. Jalal's face twisted even more. He'd done his research, poured through every scrap of intel on Kian. He knew the forms: Blackwing Demon, Sword God, Flame Emperor, Whitebeard, Tyrant King. He'd studied each one. He'd even made allowances for the recent emergence of that white-haired man. But this one, this blonde-haired form, he had never seen it before. And teleportation? That hadn't been in the dossier. He'd miscalculated. Badly. But not all was lost. The tower still stood. As long as he could kill Kian here and now, he could recover. He could manipulate those foolish council members again, convince them to fire another shot. He just needed to win this battle. With that thought, Jalal forced himself to calm down. I underestimated you, Kian. You defeated one of the 10 wizard saints, Jose, and now you even redirected Aetherion. But that couldn't have come cheap, could it? All that energy between fighting the guards, the Trinity Raven, and now teleporting Aetherion. How much magic power do you even have left? Kian. Urza turned to him, worry in her eyes. Kian shrugged and smiled. I've used a lot, sure, but I've got more than enough left to take you down. Ha! You think you can beat me in your state? Jalal sneered. Your magic's nearly drained. If anyone's getting taken down here, it's you. Humph. Don't flatter yourself. Urza snapped. You couldn't even beat me, and you think you're a match for Kian. Don't make me laugh. Suddenly, a voice rang out beside her. Don't make me laugh, huh? Urza's head snapped around. A man in white robes, identical to Jalal, stepped into view. Seagrain. Her eyes went wide. This was Seagrain, one of the 9 Magic Council members. Why are you here? Seagrain smiled casually. You know, Urza, seeing you reminds me of our first meeting. You'd come to the council with Makarov to submit a report, right? Mistook me for Jalal and tried to punch me on sight. Well, that's not my fault. Urza snapped. You look exactly the same, and now I know why. You're his twin, right? Of course you'd still hold a grudge, Seagrain chuckled. But maybe that's my own mistake. I should have told you then, I was planning to kill Jalal. Would have saved us all a lot of trouble. Urza's expression darkened. So it's true, you two were in cahoots all along. That's how Jalal knew the council would fire Ether Ion, you told him, didn't you? This whole thing, this was your plan. Kyan sighed. Urza, where'd your usual sharp instincts go? You're acting like an idiot. Huh? What are you talking about? Kyan pointed lazily at the two men. Cahoots? No. They're not working together. They're the same person. What? Urza looked from Seagrain to Jalal, and watched as the two of them walked toward each other and merged into one. A projection. A thought form, she gasped. Correct, Jalal said with a smirk. Seagrain was just my avatar. I had to siphon off most of my magic to maintain him from here, but it was worth it. You were so easy to fool, Urza. So earnest. So adorably stupid. I almost felt bad lying to you. You bastard. Urza screamed. Jalal flexed his fingers, magic flaring around him once more. Good. My powers fully restored. That means it's time to prepare the sacrifice for Ziraph's resurrection. His gaze shifted to Kyan. Urza's eyes widened. Wait, you said sacrifice. Don't tell me. You thought it was you. Jalal chuckled. No. You were just the bait to lure him here. He looked straight at Kyan. You should be honored, Kyan. You were personally selected by Lord Ziraph himself. A fitting sacrifice. Jalal. Urza's fists clenched. Tears streamed down her face. She couldn't believe this man standing before her now was the same Jalal she had once admired, once loved. The boy who'd been her friend had become a monster. A manipulator. A liar. A stranger. Then a finger brushed her cheek. Wiped her tears away. Don't cry, Kyan said gently. You're already gorgeous, if you cry, you'll get even cuter, and then how am I supposed to focus? I'm not exactly a saint, you know. Kyan. Urza's face flushed. He was joking. Now? And yet, somehow, that single joke was enough. Her panic, her guilt, her fear, it all melted away. Because if Kyan could still laugh, even now, then maybe things were going to be okay. Kyan's tone shifted. Well then. Fair warning, what happens next might get a little bloody. If you're squeamish, maybe head back to the others. Chapter 148, Chapter 148, Kyan vs. Jalal. 873 words. I'm staying. Even if she might be a burden, she had to see this through. It all began because of her, so she had to be there when it ended. Kyan gave a small nod. All right. He didn't mind. After all, he was about to beat the living crap out of Urza's ex, might as well do it with her permission. Humph. You think you can beat me while dragging around dead weight? Jalal sneered. You're far too arrogant. I'm not just any mage. Even my thought projection was enough to earn me a seat among the 10 wizard saints. He flashed the silver badge hanging from his neck, the official insignia of the 10 wizard saints. Only 10 of the most powerful mages in all of Fiori bore such an honor. Kyan shrugged. Look, first of all, Urza's not dead weight. In fact, with a beautiful woman cheering me on, I fight at 120% capacity. And as for the 10 wizard saints, I beat one of you guys not long ago. Honestly. Bit overrated. Jalal's smile twitched. Being insulted directly wasn't new, but having his title mocked stung more than he expected. What if I went for Urza first? He challenged coldly. What would you do then? Kyan's eyes narrowed. Obviously. I'd stop you. And if you really try it, I'll rip this tower down and bury you in the rubble. Want to test that theory? Jalal flinched. He had spent 8 years building the Tower of Heaven. He didn't want to go through that again. And judging from Kyan's tone, that threat was very real. That earlier display of raw power had nearly shattered the entire structure. It was no bluff. Fine then, Jalal muttered. Let's begin. I'll turn you to ash, with heavenly body magic. Meteor. Whoosh. Golden light flared around him as he launched forward at terrifying speed, closing in on Kyan like a meteor crashing from the heavens. Kyan calmly drew a kunai and slashed toward him. Zing. But Jalal twisted midair, dodging around the blade, and reappeared behind Kyan in a blur. Got you. But Kyan vanished. All that remained was a single glowing kunai embedded in the ground. TCH. Teleportation. Jalal's face twisted. He'd forgotten, this form of Kyan's came with teleportation magic. And in the split second it took for that thought to process, Kyan was already beside him. The kunai in his grip surged forward toward Jalal's temple. Jalal barely accelerated in time to avoid it, veering away and circling wide. More kunai came flying his way. 1, 2, 3, Kyan kept throwing them like precision darts, embedding them in the walls and floor all around them. Jalal's meteor spell helped him dodge them all with ease. Futile, he scoffed. Your attacks can't hit me. I'm too fast. But mine. I only need one opening, and your teleportation magic has a cost, doesn't it? How many more times can you use it? On the ground, Urza watched with growing anxiety. He's fast. Jalal's speed was overwhelming. Even her eyes struggled to keep track of him. If this dragged on, Kyan's magic might really run out. Kyan, however, wasn't worried. He smirked. Speed, huh? He had, after all, received the form of the fourth Hokage, the moon once hailed as the yellow flash of Konoha. In the world of shinobi, nobody dared challenge that title. Let's see you dodge this. Jalal shouted, diving toward him again to force another teleportation. Kyan vanished instantly. Just as Jalal predicted. But he reappeared right in front of him. What? Bam. A fist slammed straight into Jalal's jaw, sending him flying. Before he could recover, Kyan reappeared at his side with an elbow strike to the spine. Gah! Kyan's form flickered in and out of vision, teleporting faster than Jalal could react. Punches, kicks, slams. Argh! Jalal screamed as he was pummeled like a ball in a pinball machine. Urza watched with wide eyes. She could barely keep track of Jalal's speed before. But Kyan was faster. Meteor. Jalal howled, blasting his body with light to burst upward, breaking away. Breathing hard, bruised and bloodied, he wiped blood from his mouth and glared down. This is impossible. How can you teleport so many times? And that speed? He was panicking. Spatial magic was rare, especially teleportation of this caliber. It required insane precision and consumed massive amounts of energy. Yet Kyan had been flitting around as if cost didn't exist. Then Jalal noticed them, the kunai embedded earlier. So that's it. Those kunai, they're your coordinates. Kyan smiled. Ding ding ding, took you long enough. Jalal clenched his fists. So what now? You just gonna keep playing tag? He narrowed his eyes. If you plan to keep that form, I won't be playing nice anymore. He could destroy the kunai, yes, but even so, if Kyan could teleport ether ion across the ocean, there was no chance he'd be able to stop him if he decided to flee. And if Kyan escaped, Jalal would never sleep peacefully again. Fair enough, Kyan nodded. Let's switch it up. With a shimmer of light, he released the fourth Hokage form. Jalal's eyes gleamed. Heh! Idiot! You just gave up your advantage. Big mistake. But Kyan just grinned. Now. Let me show you what real destructive magic looks like. Chapter 149, Chapter 149, Let me teach you. 807 words. Jalal raised his arms. Behind him, 7 golden spheres flared into being, linked together in a constellation resembling the Big Dipper. Feel the judgment of the 7 stars. Grand Chariot. With a cry, 7 radiant beams of light rained down from the heavens, slamming toward Kyan's position like divine punishment. Boom, 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 boom. The blasts ripped through the top floors of the Tower of Heaven, vaporizing stone and steel like paper. Kyan! Urza cried out in panic. Ha 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 ha. What an idiot. That spell carries enough destructive power to rival a meteor. He's been blown to dust, completely annihilated. Jalal burst into triumphant laughter. But... Oi, 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 don't just declare someone dead without asking them first. A calm voice emerged from within the smoke and rubble. The dust cleared. Kyan stood completely unharmed, clad once again in his Satoru Gojo form. Kyan! Urza gasped, relief washing over her. She should have known, he always acted wild, but every move he made was calculated. Still, he gave her heart attacks. Jalal's eyes bulged. No, that's impossible. That was Grand Chariot. There's no way you're standing there without a scratch. Oh, I agree. It was strong. Too bad you never actually hit me. Bullshit. I saw the beams land on you. Jalal clenched his teeth. He'd seen it, he was sure of it. What you touched was the space between us. What lies between you and me, Kyan raised his right hand with a grin, is infinity. Jalal squinted. What? Kyan tilted his head playfully. Come on. Stretch out your hand. I'll teach you. Curious and still not sensing any killing intent, Jalal cautiously floated down and reached toward Kyan's hand. But just before his fingers touched skin, they stopped. Frozen in place. Jalal's hand hovered an inch away from Kyan's, completely paralyzed. What? Why can't I move? You see, Kyan said casually, you're not exactly stopped, it's just that the closer you get to me, the slower you move. Want me to grab your hand instead? Don't. Jalal shouted, flinching. Ah, don't be shy. You're gonna make me blush. Kyan interlaced their fingers with a smirk. See? Look how close we've gotten. And then... Bam. His other hand drove a powerful punch straight into Jalal's gut. Gah. Jalal's body folded like a shrimp. Before he could react, Kyan unleashed a flurry of punches, each one enhanced with cursed energy, each one a brutal hammer blow to his body. Why you bastard? Jalal growled. Meteor. He burst free in a flash of golden light, retreating upward as Kyan released his grip. 6 pointed stars. Jalal fired 6 speeding bursts of stellar energy, each one capable of devastating a fortress. Kyan didn't move. He held up 2 fingers. Swoosh. The blasts froze midair. Then... Crack, crack, crack. Each one was flung backward violently, missing Kyan entirely and smashing into the tower's central mana crystal, the one designed to absorb ether ion. Boom. The massive crystal cracked, snapped in 2, and fell toward Kyan. Kyan. Look out. Urza shouted. Kyan raised a hand. The falling crystal stopped midair. He calmly turned his palm toward Jalal. And then threw the massive crystal at him. Meteor. Jalal barely dodged in time. Crash. The first crystal shattered another on its way down. Both plummeted from the tower. You bastard. Jalal snarled, red with fury. That's 8 years of work. Kyan scratched his cheek innocently. Ah, sorry. I didn't expect you to dodge. 9 heaven stars. Jalal roared, summoning a barrage of radiant blasts even more powerful than before. Boom, boom, boom. A sea of explosions lit up the battlefield. Kayan burst from the smoke, scuffed, breathing harder. These are draining too much cursed energy. I'm not Gojo. I can't spam it forever. Then. Jalal raised both arms, energy swirling above him. A pitch-black sphere formed, dense, ominous, like a miniature black hole. Nearby debris was pulled in and crushed instantly. A gravitational reversal of light. Urza's eyes widened. Kayan, don't touch it. That spell devours anything it hits. Kayan gave her a thumbs up. Relax. I might be arrogant, but I'm not an idiot. Besides, I've got something just as insane. He brought his hands together. A glowing blue sphere began to form between them. Curse technique lapse, maximum cursed energy output, blue. The blue sphere expanded rapidly in his palms, a pseudo-black hole in its own right, born of compressed attraction. Two supermassive orbs, one black, one blue, raced toward each other. The earth beneath them disappeared. Then. They collided. Screaming void against crushing pull. Heavenly body magic versus cursed energy. They didn't cancel. They fused. Black and blue spiraled into one. A marble-sized sphere remained, tiny, dense, terrifying. Kayan's eyes widened. Shit. He dashed to Urza, scooped her up, and teleported away. Jalal, sensing the danger, blasted himself away at full speed. Hum. The marble pulsed once. Then. Boom. A soundless eruption. A flash. A tremor. And when it ended, half the Tower of Heaven was gone. Chapter 150, Domain Expansion. 748 words. A smooth, curved scar had been carved through the side of the Tower of Heaven, its cross-section polished clean like glass. Everyone, Jalal, Kayan, Urza, and even those observing from nearby, collectively drew in a sharp breath. If they'd hesitated even a second longer, that monstrous thing would have swallowed them whole. Best case. Skin flayed off. Worst case. Total annihilation. Swoosh. Kayan teleported Urza back to the top of the broken tower. Yikes. Looks like your tower's toast, Kayan said casually, hands on his hips. You sure you don't want to fix it? Jalal's voice was cold. It doesn't matter. The tower has already been completed. Its construction is proof that the timeline I walked was real. Even if it's destroyed now, Altair's Arc of Time will restore it as if nothing happened. He narrowed his eyes. Right now, all I need to do is kill you. Kayan shrugged. Ah, come on. Aren't I supposed to be the sacrifice to resurrect Zeref? You need me alive, right? You were Zeref-sama's chosen vessel. But at this point, you're too dangerous. I can't rest easy unless you're dead. As he spoke, Jalal raised one hand to the heavens, the other toward the ground. His magic flared violently, storm clouds gathered, swirling with celestial light. A burning meteor burst through the sky. A meteor. Urza's eyes went wide. Even Kayan flinched slightly. Yeah, okay, that's a problem. Kayan clasped his hands together, one glowing blue, the other red. The two energies spiraled, fused, and swelled. A massive purple sphere of annihilation rocketed skyward. Boom. Meteor and curse collided midair in a jaw-dropping supernova of flame and light. Shards of burning rock showered the sea like falling stars. Jalal stared, stunned. That was a real meteor. Summoned from space, how could it be destroyed? Swoosh. Kayan appeared overhead, casting his shadow over him. Simple. I'm stronger than you. Crack. Kayan's leg came down like a guillotine. Jalal barely had time to cross his arms before the blow landed, smashing him through the tower's layers like a missile. Boom, boom, boom. Floor after floor crumbled under the impact. Meteor. Jalal barely stabilized himself mid-plummet, flying from a broken window in a streak of gold. But before he could get far, a hand slammed over his face. Look, I don't give a crap about who you want to resurrect. But you made Urza cry. And I've got one weakness. Kyan's voice turned low and deadly. I hate seeing girls cry. Slam, slam, slam. He drove Jalal's body across the walls, smashing everything in their path like a battering ram. Aha! Jalal shrieked in fury and pain, magic bursting from his body as he tore free from Kyan's grip. I can't lose, I won't lose. I'll create a nation of true freedom. He screamed, hysterical. In pain and fear, Zeref whispered to me. He chose me to build a world of freedom. I am the chosen one. I will bring Zeref's vision to life. Jalal's hand traced a massive sigil in the sky. Urza's face drained of color. That's Abyss Break. The four-element forbidden spell. Earth. Fire. Wind. Water. So destructive, so dangerous, it was banned across the continent. Looks like he's desperate now. Kyan muttered. And honestly, I'm almost out of mana. These flashy spells are killing me. He teleported to Urza's side, gently took her arm. With his other hand, he raised two fingers. Domain expansion. Unlimited void. Hush. A black sphere erupted outward, swallowing the battlefield whole. And then, everything stopped. Jalal's spell. Frozen mid-air. His voice. Silenced. His breath. Shallow. Urza blinked. What? Why isn't he moving? Kyan smiled. This is the heart of infinity. I'm force-feeding his brain useless information, non-stop sensory overload. His cognition's gone. He's frozen. Think of it like brain crash. Urza was speechless. Magic like this, she'd never even imagined. Every form Kyan took was terrifying. First the teleportation that deflected ether ion. Now this world of emptiness. Snap. Kyan cracked his fingers. The domain collapsed. From below, Lucy and the others only saw a brief flash of a dark sphere forming and vanishing. Kyan returned to his normal form. Jalal collapsed. Completely paralyzed. No motor function, no magic, yeah, you're done. He turned to Urza and patted her shoulder. He's all yours. Don't worry, he's not getting up. I dumped 10 years worth of junk data into his brain. If he wasn't Saint class, he'd be dead. Best case. He'll be a paperweight for 10 minutes. Worst case. No magic for months. Urza stared at Jalal's limp body. And, for the first time in 8 years, she finally exhaled. Chapter 151, Chapter 151, The Journey Home Begins. 985 words. If Kyan had been just a little more ruthless, he could have ended Jalal for good, and no one would have stopped him. Urza stared silently at the man who once meant so much to her, the boy she once admired, loved, followed. And now she couldn't even recognize who he had become. Shing. A sword shimmered into her hand, and she placed the cold edge against Jalal's neck. Her grip tightened. Loosened. Tightened again. She had wanted to kill him. Truly. For the lies, the betrayal, the years of pain he'd caused, not just her, but all of them. But looking down at him now, broken, helpless, she hesitated. Then. Kyan. Urza. Familiar voices rang out. Turning toward the source, Urza saw Natsu, Lucy, and the others rushing over. Hues of dawn streaked the sky behind them. They'd left by boat when Sho had warned them the ether ion blast was coming. But when the explosion never arrived, when the light had vanished, they returned. Now, seeing Urza standing and Jalal on the ground, it was clear who had won. Jalal. Sho's eyes burned with fury. He immediately charged forward to strike him down. Careful! Simon called out, stepping in his way. They didn't know if Jalal was truly down for the count. What happened to him? Lucy asked, confused. Jalal was awake, eyes open but not moving. At all. Kyan answered casually, I temporarily shut down his brain. His. What? Yep. You can treat him like a vegetable for now. The group gasped. Even Lucy turned pale. They knew Jalal was a saint wizard, one of the 10 wizard saints. And yet, Kyan had turned him into a vegetable. His power really was terrifying. Kill him, Urza. Sho shouted. He deceived us. He used us. He betrayed you. Don't let him live. That bastard played with our lives for 8 years. Wally added. Don't hesitate, Urza. Miliana cried. He made us turn on you. Kill him. Even Simon, though silent, looked at Urza with a grim expression. He didn't speak, but he agreed. Jalal was too dangerous to let live. If Kyan hadn't shown up, there was no guarantee they'd have survived. Urza looked down, conflicted. She gritted her teeth, then sheathed her blade. Let the army take him. Urza? Little Urza. Why? Their voices were filled with disbelief. But Urza's own voice was clear. I know what he's done. I know his crimes deserve death. But there was a time when he was our friend. Our leader. The one who helped us survive when we had nothing. I can hate him. But I can't be the one to kill him. He'll face judgment, through the Magic Council's laws, not my blade. There was silence. Not agreement, but no one argued. They too had once admired Jalal. And as much as they hated him now, killing a helpless man felt hollow. Kyan nodded. All right. Sounds fair to me. No one objected. After all, it was Kyan who had defeated Jalal, and Kyan who had spared him. He could have wiped Jalal's mind permanently. He still had the power to. But deep down, part of him was influenced by the memories of that anime, the story where a broken Jalal found redemption, where he later fought alongside Fairy Tail. Maybe this version could, too. But if Jalal ever dared to raise his hand against Fairy Tail again, Kyan would erase him. No hesitation. They sailed back to the resort together. Even before the boat landed, they saw her. Mirajane, waiting at the shore, worry etched into her face. She'd been there since before dawn, pacing the coastline. Welcome home, everyone, she said softly, tears welling up. Kyan stepped off the boat. We're back. Back safe. Natsu cheered. As the group returned to the hotel, Mirajane pulled Kyan aside. When she learned they'd survived a direct ether ion strike, one meant to wipe out a nation, her face went ghost pale. Even though he stood there unharmed, she trembled. And when she gripped his sleeve tightly, voice shaking, he understood why. She'd already lost one sibling, Lisanna. She couldn't bear the thought of losing him too. Kyan promised. No more stunts like that. Jalal was turned over to the authorities. Due to his mental condition, and the visible injuries, they didn't question it. They took him away quietly. Days passed. The group, for the first time in a long while, simply rested. Laughed. Ate. Relaxed. But soon, it was time to go. At the docks, they prepared to part ways. You guys really not coming back to Fairy Tail with us? Gray asked. Despite everything, they'd grown fond of the Tower kids. Whatever differences had existed were long gone. These days spent eating, playing, training, they'd bonded. Sho shook his head. We've been stuck in that tower our whole lives. This is our first real look at the world. We want to see more. He paused, smiling faintly. It's scary. We don't know anything. But that's our path to walk. We don't want to live for someone else anymore. We want to live for ourselves. That's freedom. And I'll be with them, Simon added. For now, I'm going to search for my sister. She's been missing ever since the slavers took us. I thought she was in the tower, but she wasn't. Wherever she is, I'll find her. You have a sister? Urza blinked. Simon nodded. Yeah. It's just the two of us. We lost our parents early, and during the raid, we got separated. I need to know what happened. And I'll keep these three in line while we look, he added with a faint smile. Urza hesitated. She didn't want to say goodbye, not again. But this time, it was different. She wasn't letting them go. She was setting them free. Then take care of them. Please. Simon nodded. I will. Stay safe. Lucy waved. See you around. Natsu grinned. And like that. They parted ways. Kyan, Urza, Natsu, Lucy, Gray, Happy, and the rest began their journey home. Chapter 152, Chapter 152, A New Guild. 901 words. In a seaside villa, a luxurious hideout belonging to Altair, steam filled the private bath as she soaked in the water, leisurely using a magical communication crystal to report to Hades, the master of Grimoire Heart. And that's how it ended. The council's going to shoulder the blame for all of this. For now, they're basically paralyzed. Honestly, they might even dissolve. You did well, Altair. And Jalal. He was handed over to the military by someone unknown, probably Fairy Tale's doing, and then locked up by the council. What a pathetic man. He never even realized I was the one pretending to be Zeref's ghost. I brainwashed him for 8 full years, and he never suspected a thing. Everything played out exactly as planned, dragging the Magic Council into this conflict and forcing them to fire Ether Ion. All according to plan. But I have to admit, the part where Ether Ion was transferred away really caught me off guard. Judging by Jalal's last scream, it was probably that Kyan guy. Incredible, honestly. After all, that was Ether Ion, the ultimate weapon of the Magic Council. And it had been intercepted. Altair didn't know what kind of magic Kyan had used, but to achieve something like that. It was nothing short of impossible. He truly was a monster worthy of all his titles. From within the crystal, Hades's voice came through. Fairy Tale, huh? Let's hope they don't interfere. If they do, I'll just destroy them. Magnolia Town. Whoa. What is this? Wha? Holy crap. Already finished. A brand new Fairy Tale Guild Hall. The crowd stood in front of the completely rebuilt Fairy Tale building, eyes wide with awe. The new guild was several times larger than the old one. It had walls, a gate, and a stately exterior that completely outclassed the old rundown shack. The atmosphere had changed entirely. Yo, you guys are back. You're surprised, huh? This is our new HQ. Some guild members waved at Kyan and the returning team. Not bad at all, Kyan muttered, impressed by how quickly construction had been completed. There's even an outdoor cafe. And a gift shop at the entrance. Welcome. Oh, it's you guys. Marcus waved cheerfully. Wait, Marcus opened a shop. Happy blinked. Marcus beckoned them over. Come, take a look. We've got custom Fairy Tale t-shirts, armbands, mugs, towels, even exclusive magical trinkets. He lifted up a display case. Our top seller. These wizard figurines. Each one's 3,000 jewels. Ursus, I twitched. They're really selling this kind of stuff. Mirajane's eyes sparkled like a kid in a candy store. Ooh. Isn't this Kyan's figurine? Lucy gasped. There's so many of him. There were figurines of Kyan in his takeover forms, Ulquiorra, Yorichi, Toji, Ace, and Whitebeard. The Whitebeard one was massive, towering over the rest. Marcus beamed. Kyan's figures are our top sellers. Especially this one, 10,000 jewels. It's already a nationwide bestseller. Back when Kyan fought Jose, the Wizard Saint, on live broadcast in his Whitebeard form, he'd gone viral across Fiori. That fight made him a household name. He now ranked #1 on Sorcerer Weekly's most popular mage chart, strongest mage chart, who do you want as a boyfriend chart. He'd held all 3 spots for several weeks now. Kyan wasn't above flipping through Sorcerer Weekly when bored, and when he saw those rankings, he couldn't help but feel a little smug. He was still young, after all. A little vanity was natural. I'll take one of each of these and Myra's too, he declared, sweeping his hand dramatically. Thank you for your patronage. Marcus grinned and got to work. Hey, Lucy, they've got your figurine too. Happy chimed in. What? Lucy blushed furiously. Don't just make that without asking. It's embarrassing. Suddenly, rip. Her figurine's clothes snapped open, revealing a version in nothing but underwear. Marcus nodded seriously. Of course, the outfit's removable. You perverts. Lucy screamed, covering her chest. Kyan looked sideways. I'll take a Lucy one too. Mirajane smiled sweetly, and pinched his waist hard. Ow ow ow. And no thanks. Cancel the Lucy one. Kana, who'd been watching from the guild entrance, waved. You guys finally back. Come inside already. Everyone stepped into the building. Whoa. It's gorgeous. The interior of the guild had been completely revamped, bright, regal, and spacious. Hi. Welcome to Fairy Tale. Waitresses now wore fairy tale-themed miniskirts and cheerfully greeted members. Even the uniforms changed. They're kinda cute, someone muttered. Lucy deadpanned. This has gotta be the master's idea. Kyan's eyes trailed after the staff involuntarily. You could question the old man's motives, but not his taste. Kana gestured them toward the back. That's not all. The backyard had been remodeled into a swimming pool. The basement was now a game room. And the second floor. Anyone can go up now. You still need an S-class mage to take S-rank jobs, though. Lucy's eyes sparkled. Then I can team up with Kyan and take S-rank missions. She'd seen firsthand how generous Kyan was with his reward shares. Just one mission with him, and she'd be set for rent for a whole year. Natsu, happy, and Gray lit up as well. Money aside, it was Kyan, they wanted to go on missions with him. Not taking anyone. Kyan shut it down instantly. He didn't mind working with girls normally, but Mira was right there. He had to demonstrate loyalty. Stingy. Lucy pouted. Just then, Master Makarov walked up, grinning. Welcome back, ya brats. Chapter 153, Chapter 153, Becoming More and More of a Monster. 1043 words. This is our new member, Juvia. Cute, isn't she? Makarov beamed as he proudly introduced Juvia beside him. Pleased to meet you all. After the incident with Jalal was over, Juvia had returned early and formally submitted her application to join Fairy Tale. Everyone knew how the old man was, so even though Juvia had been a member of Phantom Lord, no one expected Makarov to refuse her entry. Haha. You actually let her in. It's all thanks to you all. Juvia will do her best. And we've got another new member to introduce. Hey, don't just stand there, say something. Makarov turned to the side. Wait, there's another one. Happy looked stunned. Adding 2 new members at once wasn't something that happened often in the guild. The new figure turned around, and the moment they saw his face, several jaws dropped. Oi. This has to be a joke. Gajeel. Gray immediately turned to Makarov, disbelief in his voice. Why is he here? Master, what's going on? Juvia quickly explained. Wait, Gajeel was invited by Juvia. Urza's expression turned serious. Juvia is different. He was the one who destroyed our guild. Makarov raised a hand in calm defense. All right. He only acted under Jose's orders. You know what they say, yesterday's enemies can be today's friends. Don't screw with me. Natsu stomped forward, furious. You expect me to work with that guy? Gajeel narrowed his eyes. Relax. I've got no plans to be buddy-buddy with any of you. I just needed a job. Didn't expect I'd end up in the most irritating guild out there. Just thinking about it pisses me off. Wanna say that again? Natsu practically exploded. Meanwhile, Juvia leaned toward Gray, flustered. Gajeel-kun is just lonely. Juvia was worried about him, that's all. Not that I like him or anything. Makarov spoke again, this time more serious. Part of the responsibility of the older generation is to help guide wayward youth back to the right path. I believe he's not a bad person at heart. Then he turned and glanced toward Kyan. What do you think, brat? It was no casual question. Makarov had already chosen Kyan Blaze as his next successor as guild master. It wasn't public knowledge yet, but he valued Kyan's judgment highly. Kyan just smiled. Sounds good to me. Kyan. Everyone, even Gajeel, was surprised. No objection at all. The Phantom Lord Guild's already gone. And I beat the crap out of him back in Ashibana. That was punishment enough. He wasn't exaggerating. Back in Ashibana, Kyan had pounded Gajeel so badly that even with Dragon Slayer regeneration, it had taken him weeks to recover. It was only recently that Gajeel had healed up completely. Now, every time Gajeel looked at Kyan, his instinct screamed danger. He'd once been proud, arrogant, thinking no one could touch him, until he met Kyan Blaze. Same age. Different leagues. Even Jose, the Phantom Lord Master, and one of the 10 Wizard Saints, had been flattened by Kyan. From that moment on, Gajeel couldn't help but fear him. But now, Kyan didn't even object to letting him in. That caught him off guard. As long as you don't betray Fairy Tail, or do anything to disgrace its name, then you're one of us. A mage of Fairy Tail. Kyan's voice was calm but firm. Gajeel was different from Jalal. In the anime, Gajeel went on to become a true Fairy Tail member, contributing countless times. Kyan could afford to be more forgiving towards someone like that. Back during the fighting tournament, if Gajeel hadn't provoked him so arrogantly, Kyan might have gone easier on him. But the guy had been asking for it. Hearing Kyan's words now, Gajeel couldn't help himself. Got it. If someone from Phantom Lord had said that to him, he'd have decked them without hesitation. But Kyan. He didn't want to fight him, and strangely, he felt a flicker of pride instead. If both the Master and Kyan approve, then I won't object, Urza said at last. But I still think he should be monitored for now. Fair enough, Makarov nodded. Urza was an S-class mage, her opinion always carried weight, even with the guild master. By the way, Kyan, come here for a sec. I've got something to ask you. Makarov beckoned him over for a private chat. What's up, Master? Kyan, were you involved in the R-System incident? A few days ago, the magical world had been shaken to its core. The Magic Council had fired Aetherion, the satellite blast array. A weapon so powerful it could wipe an entire nation off the map. Unless something cataclysmic happened, the council never used it. But Makarov had a friend inside the council, Yajima. And from Yajima, he'd heard shocking news. Altair and Seagrain were traitors. Seagrain was Jalal. And Ether Ion had been launched under their manipulation. But that wasn't the worst part. Someone had redirected Ether Ion. That meant the Magic Council's absolute weapon was no longer absolute. Their control over the continent had been shattered. Makarov had nearly fallen over in shock. But then came the final blow. Yajima said it might have been Kyan who diverted Ether Ion, because when Seagrain vanished, he'd shouted Kyan's name in fury. So Yajima had asked Makarov to confirm it. Yeah, Kyan said simply. There was no point denying it. Too many people had seen it happen. It really was you. Then. Ether Ion. I was the one who redirected it. Makarov fell silent. Even though he'd suspected it, hearing Kyan admit it out loud was still overwhelming. You. How? I used take over on someone with powerful space-time abilities. You little monster. You're just getting more and more insane. Makarov honestly didn't know how to describe him anymore. Kyan had only joined Fairy Tail a little over a year ago. Back then, his takeover forms were impressive, but he barely had the magic to maintain them. At best, he could fight for a minute. But now, his magic capacity had exploded like it was cheat-coded. The characters he could take over were getting more absurd by the day. He'd already defeated Jose, a wizard saint. Now another wizard saint had fallen. And even Ether Ion, the council's nuclear option, had failed to stop him. This kid. Is he going to break the world itself? Chapter 154, The Interview. 988 words. Kyan spent the next while giving Makarov a detailed report of everything that happened during the Tower of Heaven incident, and it left Makarov shaken to the core. Urza was like a daughter to him. He'd watched her grow up. Knowing she had to endure something so painful again tore at his heart. Urza is my comrade, Kyan said simply. Of course I wouldn't stand by and let her be hurt. Hearing that, Makarov nodded in satisfaction. Right, brat. Come early tomorrow, there's going to be a reporter here for an interview. An interview? So that's what this is all about. No wonder the guild's decked out with all this flashy nonsense. Kyan had noticed the makeshift snack stands, open-air cafe booths, and stage props being set up throughout the guild. This nonsense is our attempt at making a good impression. Fairy Tail might be the strongest mage guild in the kingdom of Fiori, but it was also the most notorious. Every time they caused trouble, they'd land on the front page. The public either loved them or hated them. People like Lucy admired their wild individuality. The Magic Council. They thought Fairy Tail was a menace to public order. So Makarov wanted to take this chance, with their new guild building, to show the world a better side of Fairy Tail. And of course, Kyan Blaze, their walking billboard, had to be front and center. After all, he wasn't just famous in Fiori anymore, he was the most talked about mage across the entire continent of Ishgar. An interview, huh? Got it. Kyan never thought a day would come when he'd be the one getting interviewed. That kind of thing was for celebrities and CEOs, not some guy who used to run errands for fast food. The next morning. Ugh, what a mess. Lucy muttered. She had carefully styled her hair and outfit. This was a Fairy Tail exclusive feature in Sorcerer Weekly, after all. She wanted to make a good impression. But when she walked into the guild, it was total chaos. Isn't this exactly what Fairy Tail is? Urza replied, stepping in with a brand new suit of armor. Even she had made an effort to dress for the camera. Lucy blinked in surprise, then smiled. You've changed, Urza. The old you would have scolded everyone for this mess. Ever since they'd returned from the Tower of Heaven, Urza had smiled more. The tension in her face was gone. Really? Maybe I have. Let's treat this like a little celebration for our new guild home. A little noise is a young person's privilege, right? Suddenly, a voice shrieked behind them. Oh. Titania. No way, it's really her. OL. She's so cool in real life. It's the real Urza Scarlet. Freakin' awesome. The source of the voice was Jason, a reporter from Sorcerer Weekly, camera swinging from his neck as he slid across the floor in a dramatic kneel. That ball of hype must be the reporter, huh? Sorry about the mess, Urza said politely. Our guild's a little rowdy today. Jason waved his hand. No problemo. I love this kind of unfiltered vibe. If it's okay, could I ask you a few questions? Go ahead. How many different requip armors do you have? Over 100. OL. Which one's your favorite? Probably the bunny girl outfit. The bunny girl. OL. After the Urza interview, Jason darted straight to Gray. Gray. Why do you always strip at random? Gray turned red and snapped. I don't just strip. Don't make it sound like I'm some perv. Meanwhile. Gra. Where's that reporter? Natsu was flipping tables. Natsu. Natsu the salamander. OL. You're the jerk who always writes crap about me, aren't you? Yes. Go to hell. Pow. Natsu socked Jason square in the face, sending him bouncing across the floor. Unbelievable. Even his punches look so cool on camera. OL. Jason raced through the guild, interviewing anyone with even a hint of fame. Master. Tell us your vision for the new guild. Makarov, sweating bullets, fumbled his words. Let us engrave love and justice into our hearts, and constantly improve ourselves. Then Jason spotted someone at the bar chatting with Mira Jane. That silhouette. That's Kyan. It's really him. I'm finally meeting him in person. He sprinted over like a crazed fanboy. Who's that? Kyan asked. Mira Jane smiled. A reporter from Sorcerer Weekly. She had once been a cover model for the magazine, so she knew Jason fairly well. Miss Mira. Long time no see. You haven't done a photo shoot in forever. Mira Jane glanced shyly at Kyan. Photo shoots like that were a bit revealing. Jason turned to Kyan, eyes sparkling. Mr. Kyan. Can I ask you a few questions? Sure, go ahead. How many forms can you transform into? 7, for now. I'll probably gain more in the future. 7? OL. Kyan had only debuted recently. Most of the public had only seen him during the Ashibana incident against Phantom Lord, where he used to take over forms, both absurdly powerful. That alone had left a massive impression. Is Whitebeard your strongest form? Kyan shook his head. Nope. No? OL. Jason was beside himself. That was big news. Whitebeard's form had become iconic, the one Kyan used to crush Jose, a wizard saint. And yet it wasn't his strongest. Even Mira Jane was surprised. She had assumed Whitebeard was his peak form. But now that she thought about it, there was one transformation Kyan used to redirect Ether Ion itself. That had to be the strongest. And she was right. The fourth, the one Kyan used to redirect Ether Ion, was his true strongest form. Not just any version either, he had taken over the fourth at his peak. The only issue was that his current mana reserves couldn't unleash its full potential. Jason leaned forward, almost trembling with excitement. And lastly, are you and Miss Mira Jane dating? Yep. Mira and I are together. Kyan smiled at her. Mirajane's cheeks flushed a soft pink. OL. Chapter 155, Chapter 155, What are you doing? 1051 words. Suddenly, the curtains closed. Darkness fell over the entire guild. A single spotlight lit up the stage. Everyone expected Mirajane to start singing. Instead, sitting center stage was Gajeel, dressed in a white suit with a guitar in his arms. Gajeel. The entire guild erupted in shock. No one had expected him to sing. Gajeel began strumming and singing, his voice rough. A guild willing to hire me is rare. Even a stray wolf learns to be tame. Yesterday's enemies, this song is for them. I wrote it myself. It's called Best Friends. Let me play it for you first. Everyone in the guild was stunned speechless. Mirajane commented lightly, the guitar playing is awful but the lyrics aren't bad. Kyan Blaze winced in pain. Great singing. Just don't ever do it again. Ahaha. Mirajane couldn't help but laugh at Kyan's deadpan remark. And he wasn't the only one who couldn't take it. The entire guild began throwing whatever they could at the stage, trying to get Gajeel to stop. Before anyone realized, it had turned into an all-out brawl. OL. Later, the fairy tale weekly was released. Apart from a few pages, the rest of it was a chaotic mess. In a tavern in a remote village. Yahahaha. Look at this. Idiots. Fairy tale. I don't get how those clowns ever got popular. They've even got a swimming pool in their guild. What the hell are they thinking? Check out this guy, he looks pathetic. If not for that freak Kyan Blaze, Fairy Tale would have just been a second-rate guild. Second-rate? More like third-rate. Bwahaha. Just then, a shadow loomed behind the three drunkards. They turned around, expecting trouble. And instantly froze. That's Laxus from Fairy Tale. What the hell is he doing in a backwater place like this? We meant no offense. The trio scrambled out of the tavern in a panic. They dared to mock Fairy Tale behind its back, but when it came to facing its infamous wizards in person, they were cowards. Laxus was one of the most feared among them. He glanced down at the crumpled Fairy Tale weekly on the floor. Even idiocy has its limits, old man. Suddenly. Yahahaha. No wonder they ran, one glare from the big shot, and they're pissing themselves. Classic. So you're Makarov's grandson, huh? What should we call you, Daddy's meal ticket? A man with a frizzy explosion of hair, flashy golden teeth, and the face of a monkey grinned mockingly at Laxus. Laxus stared at him without a word. Oh, scary. The tavern owner trembled as he begged, Zat, please don't cause trouble. Zat was a member of a nearby dark guild. Laxus, however, was from the famous Fairy Tale. If a fight broke out, this little tavern wouldn't survive. What trouble could I possibly cause with a trash guild like that, Dallas? Aside from that Kyan freak, the rest of them are garbage. Zat sneered with utter contempt. Kyan's strength had been witnessed by all during that broadcast. The 10 wizard saints couldn't even match him. No one dared mock him. But the others? No respect. Zat? Never heard of you. Exactly. We operate in the shadows, unlike those clowns embarrassing themselves in magazines. Crack. Crack. Golden lightning sparked around Laxus's head. His eyes sharpened. He was clearly pissed. If you're really that eager to die, I'd be happy to help. The tavern owner panicked. Sir. Please. Don't start a fight. Zat is outside. Laxus didn't want innocents involved. Oh? The one going outside is you. Boom. Laxus was blasted through the tavern wall, crashing into the street. Ya. The tavern patrons screamed and fled in terror. A wizard battle could kill bystanders without even trying. Yahahaha. Weak as hell. Fairy tale's a joke. Maybe I'll go hunt me some little fairies tomorrow. Zat laughed wildly, until a blinding light flared beneath his feet. Crack! A surge of golden lightning erupted from the ground and hurled him into the sky. Wah! Bam! Zat hit the ground, charred all over, and passed out cold. Lightning. From the ground. You're kidding, right? Who is that guy? The onlookers were stunned, voices buzzing all around. But Laxus stood silent, no joy on his face. This is pathetic. Since when did people dare mock my guild so easily? Old man. Crushing a weakling like Zat was as easy as breathing. But Laxus didn't feel victorious. He felt furious. Fairy Tale Guild Hall. After the interview chaos, the guild had returned to its usual noisy self. Is there a job I can do solo? Lucy was browsing the request board, looking for anything she could manage alone. What's this? Not teaming up with Natsu today? Mira Jane asked, surprised. He said he's training. But if I don't take a job soon, I won't make rent this month. Mira Jane encouraged her. Then take your time and look carefully. There's gotta be something that suits you. Monster hunting. Too hard. Deep-sea treasure hunt. I'd drown on my own. Hiring magic instructor for children's class. I can do that. Lucy reached for the flyer. But another hand grabbed it faster. Hey. I saw that one first. Finders keepers, right. Can you even handle this kind of job? I'll do whatever job I want. Wanna fight about it? Ugh. Not fair. Lucy stomped furiously as Gajeel walked off with the flyer. He brought it to Kyan Blaze. I'm taking this job. Kyan glanced at it and deadpanned with that face. You'll traumatize the kids. Due to the Magic Council's current issues, Makarov had been busy, so Kyan was temporarily acting as guild master. Shut it. Fine. Go work. Just as Gajeel was about to head out, he bumped into someone at the door. Sorry, Gajeel muttered, about to move on. Hey. You think a quick sorry is enough after knocking into someone? You wanna? Crack. Golden lightning exploded onto Gajeel's back. Gwah! He screamed, blasted off his feet. Laxus. Everyone in the guild froze at the sight. Crackle. Another bolt of lightning flew toward the fallen Gajeel. Pack. A figure appeared in front of him, effortlessly swatting the bolt aside. Boom. The lightning struck a nearby table, shattering it to pieces. Kyan Blaze stood between them, glaring coldly at Laxus. What the hell do you think you're doing, Laxus? Chapter 156, Chapter 156, The Thunder God Tribe. 1184 words. Laxus wore a smug grin the moment he saw Kyan Blaze. I'll do whatever I damn well please. Since when is it your job to tell me otherwise? His gaze shifted to Gajeel, face twisting into a sneer. And it's all because of you, wreaking havoc in my guild. So the old man brings you in like a stray mutt, hoping it'll stop the trouble. No wonder everyone looks down on us now. Damn it. That's in the past, Kyan replied, his voice calm but firm. Gajeel is part of the guild now. The past. Laxus scoffed, his mouth curling into something feral. When did that happen? You ask me if I've let it go. I haven't. Not even close. Whether you like it or not, he's a member of Fairy Tale. And members don't fight each other, that's the rule of the guild. Heh. So now you care about rules. What if I don't give a damn and take a swing at him anyway? Kyan's eyes narrowed. Then I won't mind putting you in the infirmary for a few days. Might cool that head of yours. He began channeling take-over magic, ready to step in. As one of the guild's S-class mages, there was no way he'd stand by while someone attacked their own. Crackle. Crackle. Golden arcs of lightning sparked to life around Laxus's head, his grin stretching even wider. Ha! Kian, I've been hearing it everywhere, he's the strongest in fairy tale now. I've been dying to test that out. Today's the day we settle it. Let's show everyone who the real strongest is. What? Kian and Laxus are gonna fight. The guild just got rebuilt. Are we seriously going to trash it again? Panic rippled through the guild members watching nearby. Suddenly. Stop it. You damn brats. Makarov's voice thundered through the hall. He stormed in from the entrance, expression grim. He could stomach being chewed out by the Magic Council, but he would not tolerate infighting in his guild. Laxus. Apologize to Gajeel. TCH. Laxus glared at Makarov, knowing the fight was over before it started. He let out a snort, turned around, and walked off. Laxus. But he ignored the shout. In a flash of golden lightning, his figure vanished. Makarov stared after him and sighed, helpless. He didn't understand how Laxus had turned out like this. Gajeel, I'm sorry. This is all because I failed to raise that brat properly. Please don't say that, master. If anything, this is punishment for what I did to the guild before. Gajeel had never imagined that Makarov, guild master of fairy tale, one of the 10 wizard saints, would apologize to him. He didn't feel worthy of it. Makarov shook his head. I promise you, it won't happen again. If he dares lay a hand on you, I'll make sure he pays for it. Those words struck a chord in Gajeel. He had grown up in Phantom Lord, a guild where power ruled and the weak were meat for the strong. Laxus's aggression hadn't surprised him, it was familiar. Expected. But Kian had stepped forward to defend him. That shook something in him. He'd never had anyone stand in front of him like that. Not once. And now Makarov, a man he once fought against, was defending him too. Yeah, I was scared out of my mind, someone laughed nervously. I really thought the guild was gonna be wrecked again. The rest of the members let out collective sighs of relief. Kian's strength was beyond question, his battle record spoke for itself. But so was Laxus's. He'd inherited monstrous magical power from the guild master himself. Even Natsu, for all his firepower, never lasted more than a few seconds against him. If those two had really gone all out, the place would have been leveled. Kian returned to his seat. Mira Jane placed a drink in front of him. You lost your cool a little back there. Kian took a sip. Maybe. But Laxus attacking another guild member in front of everyone? What would that say to the rest of them? And besides, that guy really pisses me off. If he tries anything like that again, I will beat some sense into him. I'll show him why the rose is red. Kian was still young and hot-blooded. Laxus's behavior grated on him, and lately, it had gotten worse. Attacking fellow guild members in front of everyone? That crossed the line. Mira Jane gave a small smile. She couldn't really disagree. Last time, Laxus had just stood there when Happy tried to steal an S-class request, like it was none of his business. That had infuriated her too. She had no objection to Kian knocking him down a peg. Her only worry was for Makarov. Laxus was his grandson, after all. That made things complicated. Zalotsu Market District. Dark Guild, Soul of the Dead. Boom. The guild doors exploded inward. 3 figures stood in the entrance, cloaked in lightning and contempt. You dared to mock us. You bastards. It was the Thunder God tribe. They just barged into the guild. Those bastards. Don't let them leave alive. Members of Soul of the Dead charged forward in fury. What a drag. A shady guild like yours dares to oppose an official one. What kind of world are we living in? Evergreen muttered, adjusting her glasses. 3 enemies rushed her. They met her gaze. And froze. Solid stone. Petrified in an instant. Petrification eyes, the eye magic Evergreen mastered. All it took was a glance, and her targets turned to stone. Damn it. Kill them. The rest of the guild rushed in, but they didn't get far. 5 wooden puppets soared through the air, unleashing a barrage of laser fire. Boom 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 boom. Gah! Waha! Screams rang out as the guild was scorched under the puppet assault. Moments later, Freed declared, "That's enough, Bixlow." Every member of Soul of the Dead lay crumpled on the floor. Ah, what? That's it. But my babies were just getting started. Bixlow pouted as his puppets twirled in the air. They're too weak. That's why they're not a legal guild, Freed said coolly. I've got news for you too. It's about Laxus. Evergreen and Bixlow exchanged knowing looks. It's finally happening. I've been waiting for this day. So have my babies. It's time to go back to Fairy Tale. The 3 of them turned and walked out of the ruined guild. Just 3 of them wiped out our entire guild. The long-haired one didn't even do anything, it was really just 2. So these are the Thunder God tribe. Laxus's personal guard. Why yikes. They'd mocked Fairy Tale not long ago. But now they understood. The strength they had scorned was terrifying. The Thunder God tribe alone had crushed them. And the guild's S-class mages were even stronger. They were lucky to be alive. Back in town, Laxus received word that his guards were returning. A cruel smile curled on his face. The Thunder God tribe is coming back. Finally. I've had enough of this weak excuse for a guild. The self-destruction of Fairy Tale is about to begin. Old man, your era is over. Chapter 157, Chapter 157, Festival Chaos. 1034 words. A week passed in the blink of an eye. The town of Magnolia was now alive with the annual Harvest Festival, a vibrant celebration held in honor of the season's bounty. At that moment, Fairy Tale was packed with residents from all over the city, all drawn to one thing, the famed Miss Fairy contest, hosted by the guild. Citizens of Magnolia and friends from neighboring towns, welcome. What's that? A friend came all the way from the land of the dead to watch the show. Please return to your grave after the event. Ha 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 ha. The crowd burst out laughing at Marcus's deadpan humor. Thank you all for waiting. The lovely fairies are ready to present a dazzling show. The Miss Fairy Tale contest begins now. And I, Marcus Allows, the Sand Mage, will be your host for today's event. Gray muttered from the sidelines, isn't that guy just a corner shop clerk? When did he get this busy? Our judges for this year's pageant are none other than Fairy Tale's Guild Master Makarov, and the nationally famous wizard, Kyan Blaze. Kyan and Makarov stood up and gave a wave to the roaring crowd. Oh huh. Fans screamed for Kyan. His popularity was unmatched. Gray sighed again. Since when did that guy become a national instructor? Contestant number 1. A foreign beauty with an interdimensional appetite, Kana Alberona. Kana strutted onto the stage, drawing loud cheers. And now, a magic talent performance. Kana flung a stack of cards into the air, which spun around her. When the cards dissolved, she was suddenly wearing a stunning swimsuit. The audience went wild. Contestant number 2. She may be new to the guild, but she's already an S-class mage. Graceful as a spring drizzle, it's Juvia Loxa. Juvia's body transformed into water, forming a sweeping tide. When it settled, she emerged in a stylish swimsuit. Backstage, Lucy seethed. Another one using sex appeal. Contestant number 3. The tiniest fairy but the brightest brain, Levy McGarden. Levy performed a cute text magic routine that made the crowd collectively melt. Contestant number 4. From the west, a deadly sharpshooter, Biska Mulan. Biska wowed the audience with a flawless gunplay exhibition. Contestant number 5. Power and beauty in perfect balance, the queen of the fairies, Urza Scarlet. She's here. Urza. She's so cool. Lucy peeked from backstage and gasped. Her fanbase is insane. Urza's fame had long been established, but her battle with Phantom Thief Guild had skyrocketed it. Now, she was arguably the most beloved female mage in the region. Let me show you one of my favorite requip sets. Urza activated her requip magic. Her armor dissolved in dazzling light, revealing a teasing glimpse of skin that left the audience breathless. When the light faded, she was dressed in a full Gothic Lolita ensemble. Jaws dropped across the guild. Gothic Lolita. Lucy groaned. The pressure was mounting. Contestant number 6. The guild's poster girl. A beauty that's bewitched the entire continent, it's Mira Jane. We've been waiting for this. She's the favorite to win. She's even cuter in real life than on the covers. Mira Jane's entrance ignited a thunderous roar. Unlike the others, her reputation extended far beyond the guild. She was a true icon. I'm best at takeover magic, so I'll do some transformations. She smiled sweetly. A flash of light later, and a pure white figure stood on stage. That's Kyan's Blackwing Overlord form. That's his Sword God form. That's his Flame Emperor form. That's his Tyrant form. That's his Whitebeard form. One after another, Mira Jane shifted through 5 of Kyan's most legendary modes, before returning to her original appearance. For a heartbeat, the entire guild was silent. Then. Amazing. So that's what Whitebeard looks like in person. I've never seen the real thing before. All of them were so cool. So those legendary names were all Kyan. Lucy's mouth hung open. If there were a way to report cheating, she'd be filling out a form right now. Mira Jane hadn't relied on seduction or surprise costumes, she'd simply copied Kyan's greatest forms. That was completely unfair. Every single one of those personas was a household name now, especially Whitebeard, who was currently the most beloved figure in the realm. Lucy could feel the prize money slipping from her grasp. Kyan himself was caught off guard. He hadn't expected Mira to use his forms, but he had to admit, they were pretty intimidating when presented like that. Contestant number 7. The guild's brilliant new star, blessed by celestial spirits, it's Lucy Heartfilia. Lucy stepped onto the stage. I'll be performing a cheer dance with my celestial spirits. She knew her chances of winning were slim, but she had to give it everything she had. Suddenly, a woman appeared behind her. Contestant number 8, when you think of fairies, you think of me. When you think of beauty, you think of me. In fact, everything you think of is me. The winner has already been decided. It's me, Evergreen. This farce is over. Evergreen. When did she get back? The guild immediately recognized the intruder, one of the Thunder God tribe. Don't mess this up. This contest is how I make a living. Lucy shrieked. Evergreen adjusted her glasses. And Lucy instantly turned to stone. What just happened? She turned into a statue. Was that part of the talent show? The crowd buzzed in confusion. Then Marcus yelled, "Everyone, it's dangerous. Get out of here." The realization spread like wildfire. This wasn't part of the show. The townspeople screamed and fled in all directions. Kyan's eyes widened as memories clicked into place. His face hardened. He launched himself toward the stage. Crack! A bolt of golden lightning crashed down in front of him. Kyan skidded to a stop. Boom! The lightning split the ground, and Laxus emerged from the smoke. Yo, Kyan. We meet again. Laxus. What the hell are you doing? Are you trying to destroy the festival? Makarov stormed forward, livid. A festival's not complete without a main event. Laxus smirked, igniting the stage's curtain in flames. The backdrop revealed a horrifying sight. Every contestant in the Miss Fairy Tale contest had been turned to stone. What? The entire dressing room. My sister. Even Urza. Kyan's pupils constricted. His gaze turned icy as he locked eyes on Evergreen. Evergreen, if you value your life, return them to normal. Right. Now. Chapter 158, Chapter 158, Fairy Tale Civil War. 1,134 words. A terrifying killing intent bore down on Evergreen, and for the first time in a long while, she felt a wave of oppressive pressure. Sweat beaded on her forehead. Kyan may not have had the most experience, but the beings he'd absorbed through takeover magic were all warriors forged from the chaos of countless battlefields. My, this is the first time I've seen you this angry. So you do have that kind of expression, said Laxus, standing protectively in front of Evergreen. His sudden appearance drastically eased the pressure weighing on her. Laxus. Kyan's fists clenched. He had originally intended just to teach the guy a lesson, but now, he was seriously tempted to break him. You bastard. Turn them back, now. Makarov roared furiously at Laxus. No need to get so worked up. I already said it's just a little extra entertainment. Cut the nonsense. We've still got the Fantasia parade to prepare. Turn them back this instant. The parade's not until night, right? Plenty of time. Laxus's smile turned cruel. These girls are hostages now. If anyone breaks the rules, I'll smash them one by one. Let's see who's really the strongest in Fairy Tale. The rules are simple. Last one standing wins. Welcome to the Fairy Tale Civil War. If you want the girls turned back, you'll have to defeat us. You've got 3 hours. Fail to take us down by then, and the girls will be reduced to dust. The battlefield is all of Magnolia. Find us and the fight begins. The guild members' faces turned pale. What? He's serious. He doesn't have to go that far. Makarov's body enlarged, towering above the guild. You dare play games like this? A blinding flash pulsed from Laxus's fingers. Fairy Tale Civil War begins now. And with that flash of light, Laxus and the Thunder God tribe vanished. They disappeared. We're seriously playing hide and seek across the city. Laxus. Catch him. No, beat him to a pulp. He dares mock us. The Fairy Tale members surged out in a thunderous wave. They'd already had enough of Laxus's arrogance, and now that he'd turned their guildmates into stone. No more holding back. He had to pay. That brat. I'm going to tan his hide myself. Makarov shouted, charging after them. But as he reached the guild doors, bam. He slammed into an invisible wall. A glowing script shimmered into view midair. This is Freed's enchantment. Rule: no entry or exit for individuals over 80 years of age or petrified statues. Makarov's eyes widened. He knew Freed was skilled with enchantment magic, but he hadn't expected something like this. Dual restrictions based on age and physical status. It was targeted precisely at him. They had planned to trap him from the beginning. Kyan stood before the petrified girls, his expression unreadable. The Thunder God tribe, they didn't show up much in the anime. In all his time at Fairy Tale, he hadn't even met them once. He'd practically forgotten their names. And if he couldn't remember them, he certainly didn't recall this arc. Or maybe, after gaining so much strength, he'd stopped caring about the plot altogether, which led to this situation. Beep, beep. The floating text at the guild entrance changed again. Fairy Tale Civil War Live Update. Sarasuk vs. Droy vs. Alzak. Winner, Alzak. Fairy Tale remaining participants, 82. Makarov's face tightened. What is this? Why are they fighting each other? More and more updates began appearing. Stop this. I said stop, you little brats. Makarov shouted, powerless behind the barrier. He wanted nothing more than to storm out and stop it all, but he was sealed in. Kyan. He turned and saw Kyan still inside. Relief washed over him. As long as Kyan was here, maybe there was still hope. Master, this time. I'm really pissed off. Kyan, don't worry. I'm sure Mira and the others will be fine. They'll turn back soon. Worry? Why would I be worried? If anyone should be worried, it's Laxus and his crew. Makarov shuddered. He could feel it, Kyan was truly angry now. Kyan, I'm sure Laxus didn't mean real harm. It's just a prank, he'd never go so far as to hurt his comrades. Relax, Master. I'm not going to kill them. Kyan's eyes narrowed and a cold light gleamed. But I will make sure they never forget the lesson I'm about to teach them. With a flick of energy, Kyan transformed, taking on the form of Gojo's 6 eyes. Makarov stared. It was the first time he had seen this transformation. Fwoosh! Kyan vanished, reappearing atop the Fairy Tale Guild roof in an instant. He activated 6 eyes, scanning across the city. Sure enough, members of the guild were already clashing in the streets. But he had no time to worry about them now. His priority was Evergreen. He had to break her spell, now. There you are. Streets of Magnolia. Elfman tore through the crowded festival roads, frantically searching for his sister. The streets were packed from the celebration, making it even harder. Evergreen. He spotted her ahead. With a furious roar, Elfman charged forward. You bastard. If you're a real man, don't take hostages. Bring my sister back, now. Evergreen calmly raised her glasses. Elfman knew what that meant. He immediately ducked his head and shut his eyes, avoiding direct contact. Thwack. Gah. Evergreen took advantage of the moment. She flew in and slammed Elfman straight into a flower shop. I love flowers. Don't you think they suit me? Elfman emerged, transformed into Beast Soul, the Beast King. He ripped his shirt, wrapping the cloth around his eyes. Restore my sister. You think blindfolding yourself is enough to beat me? Rafa. Elfman lunged, fists flailing in a wild barrage. I see. You're relying on beast-like senses. But it's a shame, you're already surrounded by fairy dust. Boom 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 boom. Agho. Elfman screamed in agony, collapsing in a heap. I quite like stone statues, you know. Even the ugliest beasts can be praised as beautiful once turned to stone. Now, look at me. I'll make you into a masterpiece. She raised her hand to deliver the finishing blow. Then, a voice behind her, if you like statues so much, why not become one yourself? Evergreen froze. Someone had gotten behind her without her noticing. She whipped around, fan in hand, and flung out a burst of glowing fairy dust. Boom boom boom. Got him? No. Unfortunately for you. The smoke cleared. And standing amid the ruins was a silver-haired man in a sleek uniform, unscathed, radiant, and impossibly handsome. So cool. Wait, who are you? Evergreen's face twisted in alarm. Her magic hadn't even scratched him, this wasn't an ordinary opponent. What's wrong? Forgotten me already? Kyan's voice turned cold. I told you, if you didn't want to die, you should have restored them. Evergreen's pupils shrank in horror. Kyan. Chapter 159, Chapter 159, This plot feels wrong. 1051 words. Whoosh. Evergreen kicked off the ground, wings flaring wide behind her as she shot into the distance like a bullet. Damn it. That freak's already on my tail. The moment she confirmed it was Kyan Blaze, she turned and fled without hesitation. If it had been anyone else, even someone like Urza, an S-class mage, she would have stood her ground and fought. But Kyan wasn't just anyone. Others were human. Kyan was a monster. She had watched his fight against Jose, the Phantom Lord Guild Master, and one of the 10 Wizard Saints. No matter how arrogant she was, she didn't delude herself into thinking she stood a chance. So the smartest choice was to run. Kyan, please save my sister. Elfman, barely conscious and in tears, whispered those words to Kyan. Kyan gave him a reassuring smile. Don't worry. Mira will be back to normal soon. Relieved by his answer, Elfman finally passed out. Kyan turned to the bystanders nearby. Excuse me, everyone, can I ask for your help? Could you please take Elfman to the hospital and get him treated? Kyan, is something going on with Fairy Tail? Yeah, we saw some members fighting each other all over the city. Will the Fantasia parade still happen? Most of the people here were Magnolia locals. Unlike outsiders, they knew Kyan well. They'd seen his many transformations, each one more legendary than the last. Kyan smiled casually. Don't worry. It's just a little squabble. Everything will be settled soon. The parade will go on as planned. Oh, thank goodness. But they're really going at it. Sorry about that. I'll give them a good scolding when this is over. All right, everyone, let's lift him together. Let's get Elfman to the hospital. Thank you. Kyan said and vanished on the spot. Meanwhile, Evergreen had already hidden herself in a secluded corner of the city. Phew. That freak won't find me now. Before she could finish her sentence, Kyan appeared just a few steps ahead. Her heart nearly jumped out of her throat. No way. How did you find me so fast? I saw you, obviously. Saw me. That's right. Don't think your eyes are the only special ones. Mine have 360-degree long-range vision. I can see behind me, through obstacles, even across great distances. At the mention of eyes, Evergreen suddenly remembered her eye magic. She snatched off her glasses and stared directly at Kyan. But his eyes were already covered by a black cloth, and his white hair stood up in sharp spikes, the same look he had when he first appeared in his Gojo form. A chance. Evergreen flew upward, releasing a massive wave of sparkling fairy dust. Ha! I don't care how strong you are, without your vision, your combat ability drops drastically. I can win this. I can win. From within the cloud, Kyan's voice echoed. Why do you villains always celebrate before the fight's over? It's such a cliché. What? No way. That was a direct hit. How are you totally fine? Even Elfman went down from that move. Evergreen's eyes widened in disbelief. She'd been too rushed before, but this time she'd increased the fairy dust output specifically to take Kyan down, and he was completely unharmed. That made no sense. It's simple. You didn't hit me. Impossible. I covered your whole area, there's no way it missed. Well, technically, you hit my infinity. But there's no point trying to explain spell theory to you. Evergreen didn't understand what he meant, but she could feel it. He was toying with her. You think you can beat me even with your eyes shut? Oh, right. I forgot to mention something. My 6 eyes don't require direct line of sight. Whether my eyes are open or covered makes no difference. Monster. Evergreen spun around and fled again. If he couldn't see, she might have had a shot, but if even blindfolded he could see, then there was no winning this. Whoosh! Kyan appeared right in front of her again. Teleportation. It finally clicked for her, why he kept catching up no matter how far she flew. He could teleport. Damn it. Just how many types of magic does this guy have? She spread her arms and unleashed a barrage of needle-shaped explosive blasts. Kyan didn't move. Boom, 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 boom. This time she watched carefully. The explosive needles slowed drastically just before reaching him, as though an invisible barrier was dragging them through molasses. Even when they exploded, they failed to hurt him. It was like there was a wall of nothingness shielding him. Kyan raised one palm. A blue energy orb formed in his hand. Without a word, he casually tossed it toward her. Evergreen barely dodged. Crack, crack. The orb struck a nearby wall, devouring it like a swarm of locusts. Evergreen's eyes bulged. If that hit her, she'd be erased. Kyan sent the orb flying after her. She ducked and weaved in terror. One not enough. All right, how about a few more? He waved his hand, summoning 7 more blue orbs. They shot forward, ripping through the battlefield. Anything they touched, wood, stone, even magic, was devoured on contact. Evergreen fired off more explosions, but they were all consumed. In seconds, the 8 blue orbs had her cornered. She stood, back to the wall, panic written across her face. They hovered around her like silent reapers, waiting to rip her apart. Kyan strolled toward her, hands in his pockets. Turn everyone back. I won't say it again. He. Don't be so naive. My petrification eyes have another feature, remote control. I still have hostages. Myra's one of them, right? Your girlfriend. If you don't want her shattered into dust, get on your knees and beg. Is that so? Kyan replied calmly. Guess I underestimated you. He turned around, walking away. In that case, I'll honor your decision, by offering your life to the girls you turned into statues. The 8 blue orbs surged toward her. Cold sweat burst across Evergreen's skin. Wait a minute, this isn't right. Shouldn't he be kneeling and begging her to spare the others? Why wasn't he playing along? He was actually going to leave her to die. The orbs closed in. The force of their suction ripped her clothes to shreds. She felt them tugging at her very flesh, ready to tear her limb from limb. Stop. I surrender. Chapter 160, if you won't give it, I'll take it. 874 words. The 8 blue orbs vanished, and only then did Evergreen finally exhale. Kyan, you really are a cold-hearted man. You didn't even save your own woman. Kyan turned slowly, fingers raised, index and middle fingers twisted together, clearly maintaining a stance ready to activate domain expansion at a moment's notice. Yeah. Evergreen quickly shielded her body, only to realize belatedly that Kyan's eyes were still covered. Then came his voice. She froze. Cold sweat beaded down her face again. He never intended to abandon anyone. If she'd truly tried to kill Mira Jane, or the others, they might have been fine, but she would have died. She had no doubt now. Kyan wasn't bluffing. His strength. She had felt it. Her magic couldn't scratch him, while his could tear her to pieces. Even her ability to fly was meaningless, he could teleport. The pressure he exerted was suffocating. If you don't want to end up brain dead for a month, report to the guildmaster for punishment. And don't ever pull something like this again. Whoosh. Kyan vanished in an instant. Evergreen collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. Too terrifying. That's Kyan Blaze. Watching a battle and being in one were worlds apart. None of her spells worked. All of his could end her. She couldn't escape. She couldn't win. He wasn't human. Fairy Tale Guild. Kyan versus Evergreen. Winner, Kyan. Crack. All the petrified girls in the guild turned back to normal. Huh? What? Juvia? What's going on? What just happened? Each of them blinked in confusion. Makarov beamed in joy. Good work, Kyan. His biggest fear had been the girls' safety. Now that they were fine, Laxus had no hostages left, this chaotic battle could finally end. Master, what happened here? Why's no one around? Urza asked, puzzled. Makarov began explaining what had transpired while they were statues. Fairy tale civil war. Lucy's eyes widened. She'd only blinked, and the entire guild had erupted into chaos. Laxus did this. Kana, though only 18, had joined the guild early. Among the younger generation, she was practically a senior member, one of the few who had known Laxus the longest. It's over now. You're all back to normal. No need to humor Laxus's ridiculous game. Suddenly, a figure appeared inside the guild. The game isn't over yet, old man. Laxus. Everyone turned. The figure was unmistakably Laxus. But it's a projection, someone realized. Makarov glared, shouting, Laxus. You've lost your leverage. No one wants to keep playing this nonsense. Come back and accept your punishment. I always expected Evergreen to lose, especially to someone like Kyan. I just didn't expect her to lose that fast. That's why I made a backup plan. And now it's time to use it. To keep the civil war alive, I'm activating Thunder Palace. Thunder Palace? Makarov's eyes went wide in horror. He knew that spell. It was powerful enough to destroy the entire city. Laxus, what the hell are you trying to do? What do you think? I want you to hand over the title of Guild Master. That's what this is about. Makarov was stunned. Laxus's goal was the guild itself. Yeah. Fairy tales gotten soft. And you're old. The guild should have been mine already, but you kept dragging it out. Since you won't give it to me, I'll just take it. Use the guild's voice amplifier. Tell the entire city you're naming me guild master. Do that, and I'll end the war. Makarov immediately refused. Never. I already passed the position to Kyan. If that brat hadn't turned it down, he would be the master of fairy tale right now. Kyan. Master. The girls around them gasped. Aside from Mirajane, none had known the truth. Makarov had already chosen Kyan as his successor. Laxus froze for a brief second. Then his face twisted with rage. Old man. You gave that position to some rookie who's barely been in the guild for a year. A total outsider. And not to your own grandson. Laxus had grown up believing one thing, that he would inherit fairy tale. It had always seemed inevitable. A birthright. But now the title had gone to some upstart. To a stranger. To someone who wasn't him. It felt like his entire world, his very home, had been stolen. Fine. Fine. If that's how it is, then I'll take back what's rightfully mine. With force. You did this, old man. You made me do this. With that, the projection disappeared. Hey, look outside. Lucy pointed at the sky. Everyone rushed to the guild's front steps, and what they saw chilled them. Countless spherical magic lacrima floated skyward, glowing with dangerous intensity. Each one brimmed with powerful lightning magic. They hovered above the city, slowly forming a ring that encircled all of Magnolia. Makarov's face twisted in horror. Thunder Palace. Are you insane, Laxus? You're going to drag innocent civilians into this. Ugh. Suddenly, Makarov clutched his chest, a sharp pain stabbing through his heart. Master. What's wrong? Damn it. His medication, he hasn't taken it. Mirajane rushed toward the second floor. Makarov collapsed in agony. Master. Stay with us. Cardia Cathedral. Fried stood behind Laxus, his expression grim. Do you really have to go this far? Laxus's face twisted with rage. I didn't want this either. But that old man forced my hand. Chapter 161, Chapter 161, Rune versus Rune. 887 words. Kyan's 6 eyes scanned the skies above Magnolia, locking onto the deadly formation of the Thunder Palace. Each floating magic lacrima was packed with violent lightning. If they detonated, the entire city would be reduced to rubble. Should he destroy them now? He could use blue to wipe them all out at once, but who knew what other dirty tricks Laxus might unleash if cornered? No, it would be smarter to deal with him first, then dismantle the formation. Kyan's gaze shifted. Found you. Fwoosh. In the next instant, Kyan appeared right in front of Bixlow. All around them lay members of Fairy Tail, recently taken down by Bixlow's assault. Kyan. Bixlow flinched. Like Evergreen, he'd seen Kyan in action. Whether it was that dark-suited man or the towering bearded warrior, both forms of Kyan's take over magic were nothing short of monstrous. Laxus had warned them beforehand, if they ran into Kyan, they were to flee. None of them were a match for him. Laxus would handle it himself. This new transformation, it had to be another of Kyan's many forms. According to intelligence, the Whitebeard form was his strongest, but it was too destructive to use within the city. If Kyan had chosen this form instead, Bixlow figured he might just stand a chance. If he could defeat Kyan here and now, not only would he clear the path for Laxus, he'd become famous overnight. Bixlow licked his lips, the thrill of the opportunity taking hold. Go, babies. He unleashed his wooden puppets, which fired blasts of light toward Kyan. FZZT. The light spheres froze in midair before ever reaching him. What? Bixlow blinked in disbelief. Frontline formation. The 5 puppets lined up, combining their energy into a wide laser slash. Kyan raised his hand. The beam stalled just before touching him, then, with a casual flick of the wrist, Kyan redirected it. Crack. The slash sheared a nearby building clean in two. GHH. Realizing the attack did nothing, Bixlow immediately turned to flee. Fwoosh. Kyan appeared directly in front of him. Teleportation. No way. Bixlow's skin crawled. He hadn't expected Kyan to teleport. Bam. A single kick from Kyan landed square in his gut. Ugh. Pain exploded through Bixlow's abdomen. Crash, crash, crash. He smashed through the nearby wall, cratering into a building. 2 down. 2 left. Fwoosh. The very next second, Kyan landed in front of Cardia Cathedral. Fried was already there, standing calmly in front of the grand steps. It seemed he had been waiting. Fried. It was Kyan's first time seeing him in real life. In the anime, Fried wasn't just a pretty face, he was dependable, powerful, and his rune magic could even trap someone like Makarov, one of the 10 wizard saints. Fried eyed Kyan carefully. This man had been creating legends since the day he joined the guild. Compared to the reckless Bixlow and Evergreen, Fried was far more composed. Kyan swept his gaze across the cathedral. Through the clarity of 6 eyes, he could see the countless rune enchantments laid out like spider webs. You really went all out. Against you, anything less would be suicide. You really believe in Laxus that much? I do. I'm a member of the Thunder God tribe, his follower. Our duty is to help him fulfill his vision. Even if that vision means hurting your comrades. Fried paused, then spoke firmly. Even so. I am Laxus's personal guard. I will carry out any order he gives. I see. Then I've got nothing more to say. Kayan stepped forward. Whoosh! A glowing rune barrier surged up around him. Rule: all who use magic within this barrier will suffer oxygen deprivation. Kayan raised a hand. A blue orb formed in his palm. He pressed it gently against the barrier. Crack! The rune shattered and disintegrated as if being chewed apart. What? Fried reeled. He knew Kayan might break through, but this easily. Rune magic was supposed to be absolute. Anyone inside the field should have instantly collapsed from oxygen loss. And yet, Kayan was fine. Still walking. Still transformed. You're wondering how? Kayan said calmly. You're using magic. You should be unconscious. The runes should apply to you. How are you unaffected? You've got your runes, Kayan replied, and I've got mine. Yours are etched into the ground and mine are carved into my brain. You're a rune mage. Sort of. Mine's a little different. It's called limitless. He raised a hand, fingers forming a narrow gap. Basically, it redefines distance as an infinite scale. A centimeter can become 10 millimeters or 10,000 microns, or 10 million nanometers, whatever units come next, I don't even know. The moment I stepped into your rune barrier, your rule did start acting on me. But to reach me, it has to pass through my limitless field. Your rule never reached me before I broke the barrier. Fried's expression grew grim. He had never met anyone like this. If what Kayan said was true, then none of his runes could affect him. But still, he wasn't ready to believe it. Not yet. Whoosh! Kayan took a step forward, and another rune surged up. Rule: no magic may be used within this space. Fried's eyes locked on Kayan. Even now, standing within the anti-magic field, Kayan maintained his Gojo transformation. That meant he hadn't lied. Fried's lips parted. Monster. Chapter 162, Chapter 162, Clash of the Strongest. 905 words. Crack. Another barrier shattered into pieces. Whoosh. Rule: within this field. Crack. Before the rule even fully formed, the rune barrier was already destroyed. Kayan's palm glowed, the blue orb spinning in his grip as he methodically crushed each enchantment. Not even a minute had passed, and Fried's carefully prepared array of spell barriers was obliterated one after another. Fried's face turned pale. He drew his sword and began writing in the air. Swish! A large-scale barrier rose up around them. Rule: only one person may leave this field. Kayan glanced at the rune and spoke coolly. Looks like you've made up your mind. That's right. If you want to reach Laxus, you'll have to go through me first. Fried had initially estimated Laxus versus Kayan to be a 60-40 match, at worst. But after witnessing Kayan tear through his defenses so effortlessly, he realized how naive that estimate had been. This was the man who had defeated Jose, one of the 10 wizard saints. Now a 30-70 split seemed generous. Maybe even 20-80. Worst case, 10-90. Still, Kayan had a weakness: mana. If Fried could drain enough of it here, Laxus would stand a better chance. Dark Ekriture, demon form. Fried carved dark runes across his body, transforming into a demonic state of power. Boom! With a burst of energy, Fried launched himself toward Kayan, aiming a brutal punch straight for his face. Kayan didn't dodge. For a moment, Fried thought he'd landed a clean hit, until his fist stopped inches from Kayan's face, blocked by an invisible wall. What is this? Kayan's voice was calm. I told you already. This is limitless rune technique. Your fist isn't stopped, it's just slowed. The closer you get, the slower you move. To the naked eye, it looks like you're frozen. Snap. Kayan caught Fried's fist, yanked him forward, and slammed a punch directly into his gut. Gah! Fried felt like his organs were screaming. I'm not done yet. Kian followed up with a flurry of strikes. Fried gritted his teeth and swung his arm, hurling Kian away as he leapt into the air. Dark explosion. A swirling vortex of black magic erupted from his body, shooting down toward Kian. Kian raised a hand, forming a blue orb. The vortex of black energy was sucked in, consumed like it was never there. What? Fwoosh! Kian teleported above him midair, and flipped upside down, delivering a falling heel kick. Teleportation. Fried barely had time to cross his arms in defense. Crack. Nga. Thud. He crashed into the ground with force, leaving a crater in the stone floor. Kian landed gently. Fried coughed blood. That's enough. Stay down, Kian said coldly. His cursed energy-enhanced strikes weren't something most people could endure. Footsteps. Kian turned toward the cathedral doors. Stop. Fried stood again, swaying, barely upright. I won't let you reach Laxus that easily. He pulled both hands in, gathering every drop of mana he had left. In that case, Kian said, raising his right index finger, I won't hold back either. He began channeling reversed rune energy, pouring positive energy into his limitless technique. A crimson orb started to condense at his fingertip. Dark laser blast. Fried hurled a powerful sphere of dark magic straight at him, crushing stone in its wake. Reversal rune technique, red. Kian fired the red orb. A wave of repulsive force tore through the ground, obliterating the oncoming blast. Boom. The two forces collided in a deafening explosion. But Kian's reversal technique, red, overpowered the dark magic. The wave of force crashed into Fried with unstoppable momentum. Njaya. Boom. Fried's body slammed through the cathedral doors. A wave of shattered stone and air pressure flooded the Cardia Cathedral, his battered form rolling across the aisle. Coming to a stop right at Laxus's feet. Fried tried to speak, forcing out his last words. Laxus, be careful. Kian. And then he collapsed. Footsteps echoed. Kian strolled into the cathedral. So you've come. Laxus grinned with a twisted expression as he turned to face the approaching figure. Kian stepped forward. Yo. New look again? Damn it. It's annoyingly good-looking. Kian smirked. Just a style change. I'd say it's on par with my usual charm, right? Laxus twitched. You really are shameless. Why didn't I notice it before? If you didn't notice, maybe your eyesight just sucks. Kian, I'll say it again. Join me. Together we can build the strongest wizard guild, not just in Fiori, but on the entire Ishgard continent. Another offer. Another chance. I'm not interested. Kian turned him down again without hesitation. TCH. What a shame. In that case, don't stand in my way. I'm standing in your way. We've barely spoken a dozen words before this. Laxus's face twisted with fury. Your existence is in my way. You know who was considered the strongest in fairy tale, right? Laxus roared. Everyone used to debate, was it you, or was it me? And then you beat Jose, the Phantom Lord Guild Master. After that, the debates stopped. Everyone just assumed it was you. Even that old man, he wanted to pass the title of Guild Master to you. That should have been mine. You joined a year ago. A damn outsider. And now they want to give you what should have been mine. I won't accept it. I swear I'll take back what's rightfully mine. Come on, then. Right here, right now. Let's settle it once and for all. Who is the strongest in fairy tale? Chapter 163, Chapter 163, Kian vs. Laxus. 910 words. You've got it all wrong, Kyan said calmly, arms folded. First off, I've never once claimed to be the strongest. Sure, I've got a bit of vanity, but I don't crave being the strongest, I crave getting stronger. Second, I've never fought for the position of guild master. The old man tried to dump it on me. I said no because it sounded like a pain. Don't act like I'm some imposter heir stealing from the real one. I'm not interested in being the boss of Fairy Tale. Third, no matter how you frame it, that doesn't give you the right to threaten the lives of guild girls or force an all-out civil war. And now you're using the entire city of Magnolia as a hostage. What you've done is worse than any dark guild. And fourth. Kyan's tone grew colder. I've been sick of you for a long time. Strongest this, strongest that, isn't it getting old? You want to prove you're the strongest. Go beat the 4 heavenly kings of Ishgar. If you take them down, then maybe the continent will believe you. Laxus's eye twitched. I will. Someday. He was prideful, not stupid. He knew the 4 heavenly kings were monsters far beyond his current reach. Challenging them now was suicide. But give him a few years, he'd make the attempt. Right now, though, his target was the moon in front of him. He would defeat Kyan Blaze and claim Fairy Tale. Let's do this. I'll show you the difference in level between us. Whoosh! Kyan suddenly appeared in front of Laxus in a burst of speed, so fast it looked like teleportation. It wasn't. It was rapid movement powered by the effect of cursed technique, blue. His fist shot toward Laxus's abdomen. Zap! Laxus's body blurred into gold lightning, reappearing behind Kyan with a feral grin. Raging Volt. Lightning surged from his palm as he struck toward Kyan's back. Kyan sprang upward, evading instantly. Laxus zipped along the cathedral's pillars, bouncing to the ceiling before dropping down behind Kyan. His thunder-infused fist came crashing down toward Kyan's head. Kyan tilted slightly. Just enough to dodge. Then he twisted, grabbed Laxus by the collar, and slammed him into the ground. Crack! The marble floor split apart under the impact. Spear of lightning. Laxus raised a hand, forming a glowing lance of electricity, and hurled it at Kyan. Kyan turned with a flick of the wrist. Boom! The spear veered into a load-bearing column, destroying it. Ha! Laxus roared and launched a lightning pillar from his palm. Whoosh! Kyan vanished and reappeared behind him. Teleportation. Laxus turned, but it was too late. Bam! Kyan's left leg came crashing into his side. Gah! Boom! Laxus went flying, crashing through another cathedral column. But in that moment, a golden magic circle formed beneath Kyan's feet. Boom! Pillars of lightning exploded upward. Heh! You think I came unprepared? When the smoke cleared, Kyan stood unharmed. What? That's impossible. No one takes a direct hit from my lightning field and walks away untouched. Kyan scratched his head. Ugh. I feel like I've had to explain my technique way too much today. But fine. I'm generous like that. Basically. You didn't hit me. Your lightning struck the infinite space between us. He lifted his hand. Here. Let me show you. Hold out your hand. Laxus did. He wasn't scared. If anything, he was curious to see what this mysterious magic really was. The moment his hand approached Kyan's, he felt it. A wall of resistance. No matter how hard he pushed, he couldn't close the distance. What the hell? This is my limitless. The closer you get to me, the slower your movement becomes. It's not stopped, it just approaches zero. When you fired that lightning, I applied a bit of pressure. It curved around me instead. You've got to be kidding me. Kyan smiled slyly. Wanna hold hands? I won't mind. No. Ah, don't be shy. I'm starting to feel embarrassed over here. You bastard. Laxus growled and threw a punch, lightning crackling across his fist. Kian leaned to the side, avoiding it by a hair's breadth. Bam. His own fist struck Laxus in the face. Gra. Damn it. Laxus countered, lashing out again. But every time his fist came close, Kian dodged, barely. And every time, Kian's strikes landed with perfect precision. Thud. Bam. Crack. Over and over. Until. Enough. Laxus jumped back, body flickering with electricity, putting distance between them. His eyes were bloodshot with rage. Kian looked down at his open palms. Ha! Done already. But I was just starting to enjoy our little bonding session. Shut up. Laxus growled. You're not as smug as you think. I've figured it out, your weakness. Oh? Kian grinned. Do tell. Even I don't know it. That limitless of yours, it's good but not perfect. If it were, you wouldn't have to dodge my attacks. Kian nodded. Sharp as ever, Laxus. Indeed, his limitless wasn't absolute. Powerful spells or rapid techniques, like simple domains, could break through. It just took time, fractions of a second. But that sliver was all Kian needed to evade. And the stronger the magic, the faster it penetrates your defense. Laxus clenched his fists, golden lightning spiraling around him. You always ran your mouth about the old man's nagging, but for once I listened. Time to show you something I've been hiding. Crackling lightning surged around his limbs. Scales shimmered faintly across his skin. You're a dragon slayer. Kian muttered. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.